Oh,
Hey, Peace, what's up?
no.
Answer.
This fucking game is driving me up a fucking wall.
Hello everyone.
Have you ever heard of a game called Opus Magnum? And by the way, hi Cinder.
Yes, Cinder.
Hello. Hello.
What was the question?
Male or female?
Fuck, I don't know. And I already packed my dice. I'm in the middle of moving and I have 6 hours left to do it. No, sorry, 8 hours left to do it.
I realize
Because that 8 hours is actually spread out over the next 2 days. And I'm actually almost done.
you do realize that you have Roll20 available, right?
That's true.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Bite me, I just got okay, and apparently it's female. So what?
Male now, because that's the mouse and picking the feet found.
I mean, that 10, I'd say yes.
Yep, works. Angry tomboy, bat works. I'll take it.
I approve of this. That is a very... Why is that bat my aesthetic? Stop. Stop, no, you're not supposed to do that. No, you're not supposed to do that! Stop appealing to my aesthetic! Oop, sorry. It's in the dreamer there.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
see if I have something drop in that we can use somewhere.
Is it the beat?
I can, in fact, drop the beat, but it is not recommended live on stream.
Sure it is. That is fair.
Unless you use something from our epidemic sound library, then yeah.
Well, I think it's there was the guy from Dragon Force who actually got taken down because he was playing a Dragon Force song.
As one does.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Yeah, one of the.
It's his own music!
Guitarist. Yeah, I think it was like the guitarist. He was playing some of Through the Fire and Flames on stream, and he got taken down by Twitch because raisins.
He was taken down by an automatic bot. Twitch has started using a lot more bots lately, instead of a manual reporting system. It's the YouTube problem. And it would preserve your goodwill.
Whoa, now. Hey, let's not get crazy with this whole goodwill thing. Also, the character is now formally named.
Let's make sure that everybody is actually hooked up to the right icons. Who's supposed to be attached to the bat?
I am good to go.
Hang tight.
Thank you, Zverts. Is that how that's pronounced?
No, I actually I don't really use that. It's kind of an old name. You can just call me M. That's fine.
M?
Yeah. And the bat
Certainly.
icon hasn't been hooked up yet. Which character name is attached to that?
Ostia Scree.
Okay.
Yes, I literally named the character Bone Screech.
Scream.
Bone
You
Screech,
all need
yes.
more screech in your life. Scree, scree.
The character's name is literally Bone Screech, so yeah.
I just realized that he's gonna screw with my voice.
And Adagio is not hooked up to the right one. Hang on. Click.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're learning how to do things.
Adagio, what's the character name?
Alexei.
Okay, I think everybody's hooked up now. Go ahead and see if you can wiggle your people around.
Mm-hmm. I am good to go.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Thank you, Em.
Yep, we're all good.
Oh, do you want me to lengthen this character since my character is long?
So, welcome to the glory that is Roll20. When they built this system, they didn't really intend it for multiple space characters. So, what works best is to actually drag out a second and just kind of use it in conjunction rather than lengthening it. Otherwise, you will forever be trapped between hexes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, it's something I've run into as well. If you bandbox the two icons, it'll actually. I'm sorry, I can brain. I don't have enough caffeine in my. I don't have enough caffeine. 1 second.
Hold
If you
the
bandbox them, you can move them together.
yeah. If you hold the Alt button, you can avoid the locking that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's trying to lock them to the same hex.
Right.
Now.
Yeah. So just hold the
Yeah.
Alt button while you're moving them, and it'll let you without trying to snap to grid.
Well, that's going to get annoying. Hang on, I need to change my push to talk button.
Oh, right. I should probably go on push to talk so that Fiora's shouting doesn't, you know, bleed over.
Usually good idea.
I say that, but I'm playing the squeaky, very excitable fox, so I don't really have anywhere to talk. Since I'm pretty sure like 40% of my dialogue is just going to be giggling.
Okay. Everybody here and ready to go? We waiting on anything in particular?
I'm here.
Well, that was just screwy. Wait, am I back?
I hear you.
Okay, sorry. Like, my entire internet just cut out for about a half second there and then did weird stuff.
Funky. Okay, well, this isn't really my show, so I don't really know how you like to start them, or if you have a lead in, or whatever you do, or should I just kind of go with it?
Are we actually live yet? Wait, what?
Why do you think I've been awfully, quiet?
Ah!
So if you keep making sounds like that, we might get taken down and V-banned for streaming something else. The sound she just made?
What you mean? Two hi chats. Hi. Hi. I didn't see the announcements. I wear glasses for a reason. Ah!
Well, was adorable.
Okay. So, with that in mind, why doesn't our GM start by giving the audience a clue as to what we are actually playing today?
Hey, so this is a game called Eccentriconus. HSD is kind of the quick title that it's given. Game's been around for, I want to say, 5-6 years. It hit its second edition about 1.5 to 2 years ago. The last year's been hard to track, so I'm not even sure if it counts. Yeah, probably about 2 years ago. Currently in second edition in print, available on Drive-Thru RPG. If people watch it today and decide that they want to go check it out, that'd be appreciated. It's a game that's following kind of a not so distant future in local space. So it's a solar system based science fiction game, wherein the original inhabitants, being primarily humanity, did not make it. That's the brief abbreviation of some 30 to 40 pages of lore. But the synopsis is they didn't make it. But their predecessors, which was a race of genetically engineered creatures, did. And were over time joined by various other things, a race of intelligent robots, a race of some stuff that I can't tell for spoilers, but we'll get into that some other time. It's a big science fiction sandbox. It's got a little bit of space magic, a little bit of astral horror, a little bit of good old fashioned swashbuckling. Lots of fun things to play with. The system is its own system. We will learn about it as we go today. So if anybody's watching, you will learn about it at the same time. Everybody here has made characters already, but as far as I know, most of them probably don't know how to use them yet. So we will hit that up as we are moving, and you'll all kind of experience that together. Yeah.
Totally 100%. Wow.
Whoops.
Fee,
I
you're
had
drunk.
muted my OBS earlier to record last night, and I didn't fix it this morning. I just assumed it was fixed when I opened it. Normally, all this stuff is pre-set up, and all I have to do is just hit the go button. That's on me. Anyway, link in chat for everyone who is here. I'm 100% professional. If you're interested in checking out the game for yourself, again, it's on Drive-Thru RPG. if our GM here is interested in a long-term game, I've opened the door for that. But your attendance here today and watching, as well as what happens with the views and comments when I repost this onto the streaming channel, will help influence that decision later. In the meantime, I don't really have any other announcements. I'm just going to turn it over. Oh, this is supporting an independent developer. The entire game is developed by the GM who's GMing today. They don't have editors or secondary staff or anything. They even draw. Did you draw everything in the book too?
Not everything. I drew some of the stuff in the book. It's got a wide selection of commissioned material. And then another thing that I've done a lot with this particular title is I reach out to artist friends that I have, because I've been making content for this community and the MLP community and the furry community and stuff for going on 15 years or so. So I've met a few folks. The pictures that they make for themselves that they just kind of have fun with, I will offer to buy them in most cases so that they can get a little extra cash for stuff that they weren't planning on getting cash for. So the fact that it's a big science fiction sandbox is kind of convenient, because I can pay people for work they've already done that they weren't expecting to get a check on, and it helps supplement additional stuff. But yeah, everything else is me: design, page, editing, layout, etc.
As always, my artists will get hard to work, so there will be pictures of the characters by sometime by the end of the month. We have one done. Everyone else has either provided a picture from someone else, or my roommate drew Cinder's character today. But I do have artwork for you guys immediately, as well as down the line. I'm going to have all the artists, because part of me running tabletop games like this is everyone who participates gets at least a free reference piece for their character.
Cute.
TLDR, everyone, go kidnap your friends and make them watch the stream, then comment, so you can have more of me.
Em, it's all you.
Thank you. So before we do get started, I don't know everybody's name or anything, so let's have everybody explain yourselves. And just the character's name, I'll have you do physical descriptions when we actually meet them. But so we know who's assigned to what, and I'll wiggle them around on the screen here so we know. If anybody wants to begin.
Okay, well, I am Avarna, and I will be playing Gogo.
Okay.
I am Adagio, and I will be playing Alexei.
Hi, I'm Cinderscript, and I'll be playing Dreamer.
I am Fiora. I will be playing Hori, and I am also the camera person.
Sweet. And again, I go by M at the moment, and I am the writer creator. And don't let that fool you. I'm a mediocre DM at best, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, so the concept for this guy was that, as I kind of introduced to you guys before, there is a station in orbit that you have been essentially contracted to figure out why it is no longer orbiting as well as it should be. Recently, it has been decaying toward a crashing position on Mars. And you were commissioned to primarily discover why it is it's doing that, and retrieve a certain key artifact from it. The people who gave you the contract explained that there was a piece of research that ought to be saved on a proprietary toggle. Toggle, for those unfamiliar with the universe, is kind of like it's portable memory. It connects to clouds. It's like if you had a SIM chip that was itself its own computer. In this case, it's holding proprietary data that they didn't keep on a cloud anywhere. So if they can't get that chip back down, it gets lost, and that's no good to anybody. They passed out to you a contract, which you presumably got through whatever contacts you seek your work in. Generally, HSD is structured as sort of an independent contractor, go out and find jobs sort of thing. Obviously, if you pick a different backstory for the way that you set up your campaign, it could be different. But the general approach is that you have adventurers, bounty hunters or problem solvers or whatever it is you want to structure yourself as, and you look for work and you go do contracts for people. This one arrived to you via whatever means you want, and I would kind of like to know how it is you were looking, or if it was given to you by a friend, or if you got it via email. You can decide for yourself how you came across this or how you chose to respond. But this was the offer. All contracted, henceforth referred to as the party, will be delivered into low Martian orbit via company spacecraft within 0.25 miles of the damaged space station satellite, stars over Landria, henceforth known as the SOL. They will enter the SOL and retrieve a specific toggle intact for delivery to the employer. Upon retrieval of the toggle, they will conduct what they consider to be a thorough investigation of the satellite for indications of misdeed or surviving crew without risking their cargo, and return to the delivery vehicle. The SOL is equipped with an altitude-sensitive sundering device, which will automatically fracture the entire station into small, harmless debris for re-entry disintegration upon sufficient orbital decay, estimated 8 hours from drop-off. The party must return to the retrieval vehicle before that point. Contract is estimated at roughly 1 hour of onboard time, leaving plenty of time to explore. This contract is null and void if the retrieved toggle is the incorrect item or has been damaged in such a way as to render it unusable. Deception, sabotage, theft, or damage of company property at any stage during the course of this contract or on the part of the party will also nullify the contract, as well as provoke any necessary legal action unless said action can be proven as necessary for the completion of the contract's primary objective and the party employer. The company will provide the party with the following equipment to be returned in good condition at the end of the contract. Damage to said items outside of normal wear and tear will result in a payment deduction to cover the cost of repair or replacement. Alternatively, the company will sell the provided equipment to the party at their request upon completion of the contract for 1/2 retail cost. You each get a 200 credit advance per member toward the purchase of 1 vacuum-rated suit of your choice, if you don't already have one, 1 station map and access codes for system initialization, 1 clean suit system, if you don't already have one, the rope and tool set per member, 1 handgun per member, and 1 knife per member. In addition to provided equipment, the party will likely face locked doors, blocked entrances, and digital lockouts, and it is recommended to bring whatever equipment you may feel is necessary to overcome these obstructions. So that's what came to you. There's also a list of things upon completion: 400 credits per member, 200 in advance, 200 upon mission completion, and the opportunity to purchase equipment at discount prices, which is something that they tend to offer in order to sweeten deals, even though it's just like, hey, you get a chance to pay us more. Do you choose to accept?
I guess so.
I'd recommend it because I don't have a backup one set up.
Works for
Yeah,
me.
this sounds like a great idea. Let's go to a place that's falling from orbit.
I'm only interested because the literal acronym of this place stands for shit out of luck. What, am I the only one that got the SOL joke?
Oh, I got it.
All about it.
Boo! You ruined it for everyone else.
So I'm assuming that you're going to proceed.
Yes, but
Yep.
before we get going, I want to use my background trait.
Okay, which one?
For my military background to borrow a piece of equipment.
Okay, which one?
That let's see. Let's find. My shotgun. Let's go with the IRH-58R tactical shotgun.
Okay. Who do you suppose that you picked this up from? Is this like an old friend? Is this just a favorite that somebody owed you, or?
This is me talking to some of my old military buddies and saying, hey, I'm doing this thing. I could use a little more firepower. Could you loan me that?
Okay. To which they will acquiesce, but you get a stern look because the shotgun that you're given is a somewhat personal item. They didn't just pull it off the rack. This is somebody's favorite toy. It's got, a name inscribed on the side. and was likely taken to various tours. And they say, you know, I want this back. Don't be like chucking this into the void or something, or you'll follow it.
I promise you, it'll make it back even if I don't.
Okay, here you go. They don't let go of it right away. There's a couple tugs you have to do before it actually comes out of their hands.
I understand. We got this. You're getting it back.
You were able to procure the item in question. For the audience, there is a background ability. You get backgrounds when you build your character. Each of them are attached with various abilities that you can activate once per campaign, or not per campaign, per story arc, which what we're doing right now is a story arc, to allow you to do certain things. The campaign, the ability that was just used allows you to basically borrow equipment. So.
And the story arc reference is basically per adventure or per session, depending on your GM, right?
It's described a bit in the book. So the full arc would be more than just this adventure. We would do whatever we were doing with this characters through the next few adventures until we really like concluded a full. You think of it kind of like a season in a show, right? There's a bunch of random stuff that happens in the middle, and then there's some stuff that's plot specific, and there's usually some kind of conclusion at the end. And maybe you get another season, but that story has finished up. So it's once per one of those you get to use this ability. Now we're doing a one-off, so I mean, fire away. Okay, so everybody will go to accept a little more information about where you're traveling to. The Stars of Erlandria is a 30-year-old cloister. It's a type of space station that are kind of like these personal bubbles, small enough that they could be owned by independent corps so that you could do your own research on them or have your own training grounds on them. Not particularly large. And they're generally sold and resold used, so they're not always in the best shape, because their whole benefit was that they weren't very expensive to begin with. So if you can get a cheaper thing even cheaper, it opens up to an even wider market. The one that you're going into right now was supposedly kept up pretty well. It's the primary research station for this business that you're going to go work for, but it's old, and it's possible that it's just kind of running out of steam. That being said, they're not really sure why it's falling. It wasn't supposed to. It has fallen far enough at this point that it can't get itself back up under its own power, so it's toast. They're going to have to scuttle it. But they would like to know what happened, because it wasn't supposed to fall. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Before we go up, can I go to a buy spot?
Mm-hmm.
I want to use part of that advance to pick up a pair of egress systems.
Okay.
I get the distinct feeling no one here is particularly skilled at lockpicking, so being able to remove a door might be a good idea.
Just be careful where you remove it. There's a lot of space outside waiting to get in.
That's
That's
why
also
I have
a benefit of
spacesuit.
D-Ring.
My primary job is to make sure all of you get back alive or as close to one piece as possible.
Yeah, my character has an egress system, but it's more for I want to sabotage that because grenades are expensive. And an egress system is basically just thermite in a paste.
So you will all arrive at the. I'm getting an echo off of something. You'll all arrive at the launch pad for this company-owned spacecraft, which will be your first opportunity to kind of meet each other. So let's go down the list, starting in the character. I assume the character list is actually the same for everybody. I was seeing Alexei at the top, and just kind of introduce yourselves as you're arriving.
Actually, we can't see each other's characters. I just see my own.
Really?
You only see the one that you have access to. So, like, if you make a journal that we all have access to, we can all see that. But otherwise, we only see our own characters.
Huh. Okay.
Also, going to use some of that advance to pick up a canister of ghost gel.
Okay.
And I will use some of that advance to get a get like the environmental seal for my riot armor. As soon as I find out where that is again.
Alright, so what do I have to do to get this to work then? Journal new character, new handout, new folder?
Nope. If you select the character, you'll be able to go into edits, similar to how you gave us the ability to see and control the character. And
I just add everybody to the
everyone else.
journal?
Yep, you just add
Okay.
everyone else to the see it. You don't have to give them control, and they'll be able to see it.
Funky monkey.
Let me see. Is that enough money to buy one of those? Hi, Doodle. Hi, James.
Oh, right. Sorry, wrong alt key. I'm not finding the spacesuit. Is that in the regular gear, or is that with the armors?
It's in standard gear. You can wear it over any armor.
Yeah, the Mars Coast standard spacesuit is standard gear.
Mm-hmm. Though every company makes their own spacesuits. If you have allegiances.
Or you can just flavor text it to the one that you're currently working with.
I bought the Starlight suit armor.
That is already spaceworthy.
I can literally drift in space for weeks.
I am making my riot armor space worthy.
And because my character is an engineer, I actually got the hard case light with the space worthy option. So
Sweet. So you'll get to save your money, basically.
well, the thing is that the advance that I picked up from this is going into picking up the DRES enzyme that I took out of the engineer's standard kit when I created the character.
I would like to get a second perk kit, which is basically a first aid kit that can also be auto-operated if you want to completely expend it. That's for the audience and you guys to know. And a shot of Ironhide.
Okay.
Yay! I'm sorry, Im. You made the mistake of starting shopping.
Well, no. I'm just
I give you a somewhat limited budget. It ought to be okay. Any other last minute buys? Somebody want a coffee?
Can I get a hooker and a dime bag of blow?
Coffee?
Not for 200.
I'll get a coffee.
Fair enough.
Okay, let's make something clear. Does everybody have the Squawk Box app?
Does anybody not?
Or does anybody not have it?
Isn't that like standard? Isn't that like one of the standard things everyone gets?
It's
Like,
a 10
just
credit purchase,
as a
technically.
rule?
It should be. That does not necessarily. Trust me, I've played
You know
enough
what, that's
Shadowrun
fair.
to know. Yeah, I've played
You know
enough
what, that's
Shadowrun
fair.
to basically know not everybody gets basic things like earbuds and some vocal mics.
I've seen an orc decide he's going to pull pins on a. He's going to throw a grenade belt, but he's going to pull the pins on the grenades one at a time first.
How'd that go?
This is why I have a bug out kit.
It was explosive.
But did it blow his mind or the enemy's mind?
It blew. It TPK'd his party.
Okay then.
Either way, the problem is solved.
I guess the last of my credits is going to a Squawk Box.
All right, sweet.
So Squawk Box is an app for your toggle. So it's basically the actual like telephone part of a smartphone.
It's Discord for your tablet.
It's pretty much that. It's a means for wireless communication that has its own degree of secrecy to it. It's not super encrypted, but it's like your own server. It's kind of like this. All good?
I am good.
Okay. Then again, from the top, hopefully you can all see each other's icons now.
Certainly.
Who approaches this platform?
I would assume that the engineer, me, Alexei, is currently struggling to put on the hard case a little bit because, well, it's pretty non-standard to fit around 4 arms. He stands about 5 foot tall, and his features are fairly normal to a mongoose, but most people mistake him for a weasel, aside from his faintly glowing lavender stripes. And also 4 arms. It's weird.
Okay.
Cinder, your name's next on the list.
Believe off for a moment. We want to move on. Just go down to Go-Go. She'll be back.
So you see a rather, well, probably about normal size, but you see a cog Ursid approaching the landing pad. He's wearing riot armor that's been modified to be space worthy, and is carrying a pack with a bunch of tools in it, along with a shotgun and a pistol. He's wearing meteor gauntlets. So he is, as a cog, he is a basically sentient mecha furry. And just kind of looks around at everybody else who's present and just gets on the ship.
Okay.
A 5 foot tall bird in a Starlight's brand armored suit, along with 2 what appear to be first aid kits because they've got the red cross on them and they're white, lands on the pad, stretches her wings and rolls her head. And when I say rolls her head, I mean literally turns it around 360, and gets a view of everyone. Then walks onto the ship. The thing that would be noticed particularly is that the bird's a little slow and doesn't appear to have any weapons. When I say slow, she's slow walking.
Is this a lateral character?
Yes.
Did you get macro or something? Why is she so big?
No.
As a side note, laterals generally tend to be the same size as their natural counterparts.
I took blip.
Ah, okay. So that would be the other thing that that throws people off, I suppose, is that this is a very large bird.
A very large bird that is very unlike any bird they've ever seen before.
Likely so. I believe Dreamer got back.
So
There we go. Okay.
yes, I'm back. So as the burb sits down, they can look up and see a a strange Finnick fox sitting literally curled up in the cargo berth, just seeming to be taking a nap. The fox wasn't there when you looked there last.
I should keep careful track of that.
It seems to be a normal Finnick fox, but it's also wearing a shoulder cloak, well, a shoulder cape, which probably means it's a lateral. Probably. The push frame also helps.
Or just outrageously stylish.
Oh, so fabulous.
Fabulous.
But yes, this thing's a little 8-inch tall, 4 pounds wet, Fennec fox. Also, for some reason, they seem to be curled around a disposable coffee cup.
And I thought that perhaps the mongoose would be the rodent.
Mongooses are mustelids. Fuck you.
Incorrect. Mongooses are felids.
Are what?
They're in the same family as cats.
Really? Huh.
The more you know.
So are hyenas, oddly enough.
So, despite the sci-fi setting, Owl sits down, gets belted in, and pulls out a book.
And I think we've got 2 more? 1 more? 2 more. No, that's a blank sheet. 1 more.
Okay. Elevator comes to a stop, and there's this, rather frumpily dressed bat attempting to hook a ballistic vest on correctly, and has her spacesuit halfway put on. You're actually not entirely sure if it's a he or she. You're kind of opting for she because of the high-pitched sounds. But it's generally lots of sounds that can best be described as high-pitched, damn it, fuck, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, as she tries to get her wings through the back of the spacesuit now. But she's somehow carrying a lot. There's like 2 or 3 pouches just sort of strapped to various parts of her body underneath the spacesuit, and you're pretty sure even underneath the ballistic vest, as she's awkwardly sliding them around from underneath the vest to make everything fit correctly.
Well, hold on there. You're going to get them all torn up. I'll step over to the bat. All right, now fold the wing here. And he reaches out with both of his left arms and spreads the wing sleeve for their spacesuit. He's not going to make any assumptions today.
Gives you suspicious eyes. Thanks.
All right.
Slides her wing through it.
And the other one?
So they really are going into space then.
Yeah, they're called suck suits for a reason.
Looks down, realizes that now she can't get at any of her tools, sighs in defeat, and goes to sit down.
You could just transfer those pouches to the outside. Never mind. Well, I'll finish putting on my hard case and step onto the ship as well.
Turns towards the Ursid cog. I was not informed there would be a cog. Do you have a repair kit I can utilize in the event of injury?
No, I didn't bring one, but
Right. Improvised parts from the station.
I
hopefully,
I have a patch kit. You should be fine.
Oh, good.
well, with any luck, it'll be an easy in and out, and I won't get hurt. So,
Yeah, easy. to a crumbling space station.
The rocket will take off. It's not really a rocket. It's more of a levitation device. We'll take off not too long after that, as you all get settled in and buckled in. And it's a relatively brief flight. You're just going into local orbit, but they have to get to the right position. The glare of the sunlight is filtered through the polarized lenses of your suit. And as you kind of get up to, it's not a terribly complex spaceship. It's basically your cargo zone, and then an automated pilot whose job is bring you up here and then bring you back. Brings you up to the area that you're in, and the first thing that you sort of notice upon arrival is that you're a little lower than you kind of are used to being. I guess it depends on how often your characters have been in space. Who of you have left the planet before, and who's just kind of stationed on Mars?
I'm a spacer.
Well, as a military, I'm sure went wherever was needed. So,
In the case of Alexei, this is literally his job. And despite hailing from Europa recently, he probably ended up, running engineering, or at least being part of the engineering crew for somebody jumping to Mars.
Or, go ahead.
Ostia probably has never left the planet. Can't use your wings in space.
Jorge prefers space. She spent most of her time there because, when you're doing experiments with biology, sometimes they're not exactly legal on a planet.
So for a couple of you, this is a relatively new experience. And for the rest of you, it's kind of a dull experience, but it's always nice to be back in space again, a little bit. The second thing you notice is that the doors opened up. Aside from being lower than you expected, is you're also further than you expected. It doesn't really take you long to realize that this automated ship, being what it was, is designed to shuttle back and forth between a fixed location. It's probably where it has clearance to fly without having to check every single time. And the station is no longer in that fixed location. So you can kind of see this tiny dot way off in the distance, and you're pretty sure that's your target, but you're going to have to take a bit of a walk to get there.
Come on, everyone! The fox is now awake and standing in the middle of the room and bouncing slowly, and is in a spacesuit and has this massive grin. And then it's just, let's go. Whee!
Stepping outside the ship, you can spin upward and you can see the light show, which is this event that's kind of going around Mars at all times. And you can see it as you drift away from the ship. It's an artificial aurora of holograms projected onto a mist of tiny little transparent particles, forming a brilliant combination of advertising and landing instructions and information and interactive artwork that surrounds the entire planet around its equator. It's even grander when you're not in the ship, which you're currently not. The only thing about it is you're really not supposed to be outside of a ship under it. That means you're awfully close to the atmosphere. So the fact that it's already down below this level is indicative of it not likely getting back up at any given point. You can see off in the distance the ship that you're heading to. It's silhouetted against the planet because of the sun reflection, but it doesn't have any lights that you can see, and no indication of orbital thrust holding.
Well, this is unsettling. Haven't been in this low orbit since I participated in the drop.
yeah.
This is very bad.
Yep.
I wanted to watch this again for a while. Come on, hurry up! What are we watching from inside?
Is there a logic, engineering, or science check I can that can be done to estimate how long before it starts burning up?
From this distance, not particularly easily, but you were told it has about 8 hours from arrival.
I suddenly feel as though 8 hours is not how long it has.
You can go ahead and do that check if you want to see if it's dramatically against from what you were been told. So we'll do a logic. We're going to do a couple checks here just because it's a good time to start learning them. Let's start with athletics because we're going to be heading off in that direction. We'll just see how everybody takes off toward that way.
A quick question though.
Mhm.
If somebody has pilot, could they take control of the shuttle to move it closer to the station?
This particular shuttle doesn't really have controls. Like it's
Okay.
basically like, you know, if you had a self-driving taxi, only it's a self-driving elevator.
Sure.
If you wanted to, you know, bust off the panel and try to program your way into it, you could, but that would eat up a lot of time.
Sure. So I think Gogo grabs the Fennec and just puts the creature on a tether and starts making his way up to the station.
So I want you to know the moment you do that, the Finnick comes to a screeching halt because he does not have anywhere near the mass to pull you. Just boing! Ah!
Yes. Good to know
Yep.
you can put the high energy one on a leash.
No, Newton, my worst enemy!
Physics garbage.
So the way the checks work, let's just pull up a character sheet here so that we can demonstrate it. Click. I'll grab Dreamer sheet. Is I tell you what the check is going to be for, what stat it's going to be using, what proficiency it's going to be using, and what the difficulty of the check is. So in this case, we're going to be doing an athletics check to kind of get you oriented in the right position so that you can head off toward the space station without, like, plummeting to your deaths, or something else equally unfortunate. So to do this is body exert and athletics. If you look at your stats, you've got mind, body, and community. Inside each of those is a property, exert and perceive. Exert is used for anything you're going to be physically doing. Perceive is for noticing things. So you think of it as like a doing stat versus a noticing stat. So in this case, we're using your body. That's the exert stat and the athletics proficiency to try to get yourself in the right position. Now, your suits help out a lot with this, so it's not a particularly difficult check. I'm going to call it difficulty 0, which is the least it can be before you don't really need to be bothering with it. When I come up with the difficulty level, if any of you have a simplification in athletics, it would be on your character sheet. If you got it through an ability, if you got it through a species modifier or anything like that, you'd let me know, and that lowers the difficulty by 1 for you. Since this is a difficulty 0 check, if it lowers it by 1, you don't have to roll on it. It's just easy enough.
For example, I declare I have a simplification for body and athletics.
There you go.
I am a lateral.
You are also on a leash, though.
Yes.
So that's kind of a tricky thing on that one. Anybody else?
Well, I do not have simplification, but I do have boon for athletics.
Okay, we'll hit
Same
that
here.
one in a second. Okay, so if it's not simplified, that's cool. We're going to roll the check for it. This is a 0 difficulty check. So what you do is you look at your score in body exert. Dreamer's got a 2 in that. You all have your own scores in that. If your score is equal to the difficulty of the check, you'll be rolling 2d8. For every step that your score is above the check, the dice that you roll increases by 1 die value. So if you have a 1 and the check is a 0, you're rolling a d8, a d10. If you have a 2 and the check is a 0, you're rolling a d10 and a d10. And it goes up from there, d12, d10, d12, d12, etc. So I'm betting nobody here has a 3, so you're probably 2s or 1s.
2 here.
Yeah.
Yep. So everybody who has a 2 versus a difficulty 0 check will be rolling d10 and d10.
Like so.
And then you will add whatever score you have at athletics, the same way you would add to like a skill check.
Okay, and that's the body exert, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. The target number that you're usually trying to hit is 12.
Mhm.
So as you can see, I got an 8 because the dice hate me. So I fail that check.
I
And
failed that one miserably.
And that will be the last time I roll well tonight.
Okay, so we got so I see a d8 and a d8 there. You don't have a 0 in exert, do you?
Oh crap! No, I don't. Sorry.
Same with
two.
Yoko.
I have 1, so
Right. So if you are 1 above it, it's D8 and D10. When
okay.
you are equal to the difficulty, it's D8, D8. And if you want to have this one easily referenced, there's a little chart right there in the book that's, until you kind of get this in your head, there's a chart in the book that just shows it so that you can reference it quickly.
Page
So I'm
109.
rolling 1d8 plus 1d10 plus 1 for my
Athletic
point
score.
in athletic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and re-roll that then?
Yeah, go ahead. You still passed.
However, I rolled a 9, so how does my boon figure into that?
Okay, so when you get a dice roll like this, or pretty much any other check, if you are outside of combat, there's a skill called Focus that you all have points in. You can use a focus point to either re-roll a dice or add +1 to whatever you just rolled. So you would determine if you wanted to pass this check, I want to use a focus, and you would re-roll one of those dice. Alternatively, if you have a boon, you have a free focus. So that focus is used only for athletics, that's where you've got the boon in. And you can just say, I'm going to use my boon in athletics to reroll this dice, and it doesn't cost you a focus point.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and re-roll the d8.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and use my boon, and can I also use a focus point to re-roll both?
Yep.
Then I'm going to do that.
All right, so I do pass now with a 15.
Yep.
I will choose to fail this in order to provide an example of something else.
And
You're
like,
on a leash. I
that up.
succeeded, so you're just getting dragged away along.
Mhm. Yeah, so what we have here is because you're stuck on a leash, you're going to flail a lot on said leash. And likely end up scrambling as you are towed along because the person towing you did succeed.
Ah! Stop it! I know how to space! Stop it! Ah!
It would appear as though most of you are heading in the right direction, and one of you is heading in the right direction by virtue of the rest of you heading there.
One of us is
And-
non-consensually heading in the right direction.
New suit. Going to take a minute to get used to this.
Is there any like debris around the ship or the space station rather?
Let's do a perception check as you're getting a little closer there. So perception works a little bit differently than exert does because there isn't a skill that gets added to it. You're just perceiving using whatever attributes are available to your mind, your body, or your social skills, essentially. So in this case, we're doing body perception. I'm going to say the difficulty in this is 1. So you'll look at your body perceive score to again determine how you relate to the difficulty. If you also have a 1, you're rolling 2d8. If you have a 2, you're rolling d8 and d10. And then you would be adding your exert score, which is just indicating that you're using everything in your body to try to perceive instead of adding a proficiency to it. So what is your body perceive score?
2. So rolling 1d8 plus 1d10, and then my body score is a 1, or my body exert is a 1, so I add +1 to it,
Yeah.
right?
That's right. And there you go. You get a pretty good view of the whole area, and you don't really see anything in the way of debris.
Well, the outside looks good.
As you're getting a little closer to it, now that you've got a better look at it, your overall knowledge of the space station is pretty basic. It's like I said before, it's whatever you need to accomplish a basic job, and it exists in relative comfort in the interim. So there are rooms inside, there are entertainment areas and stuff. They have artificial gravity, which is not a universal in this particular setting. It's something that's usually only present on stations or larger ships. There's a docking section capable of accommodating a small ship, a larger docking coupler that will allow you a connection of like medium-sized ships, 4 escape pods rated for 4 people each, and 2 personal egress hatches for spacewalks. Nothing amazing, but something appealing for the autonomy it affords. One of the things that is kind of important in HSD's setting is that space vehicles, spaceships, space stations are all sovereign territory. So once you have your own kind of piece of quote land in space, legally you own that spot and you can kind of make your own rules in it. The people in power set that up primarily so that they wouldn't have to take responsible for the damage that is caused by them, should they cause damage. Now that has a caveat to it. You are also very much at risk from people coming and pillaging your property unless you sign a contract with one of the large protection agencies, at which point you are subject to their rules, right? If you want to get protected by them, then in order to not be an instigator, they want you to follow certain rules, and that's how most of these end up with the same quote set of laws on the inside. But these little stations hold appeal to certain companies because it allows them to escape things like, I'm not allowed to work on X and Y location. So that's it. They're easy to build, easy to repair, easy to maintain, which is not to say you want to crash one into a planet. You get down to the station itself, and I will move us over to our first locale.
Question as you do that. As Dreamer is a spacer, he would know to check for this. Does it look like the escape pods have ejected yet?
Go ahead and do the same check. So a body perceive check.
You beat me
Difficulty?
to it.
Difficulty is going to be 1.
Okay. I actually need to brush up on this myself. The last time I played this game, I was playing first edition.
Yeah, it's pretty different. It was a whole new system. So your body perceive is also a 1, so you're at 2d8. And you're going to be adding 2 to that, because that's your exert score.
If I'm looking for the same thing, but I have a simplification for body perceive, what is...
It becomes a difficulty 0 check for you.
Okay.
I love my dice luck. Yeah, I fail really hard.
Okay. You're not really sure what orientation it is compared to you right now, so it's hard to, pin it down because you're spinning all over the place.
Hey, Cinder, do not make luck your gun stat.
I'm sorry, it wasn't my decision. I rolled randomly.
Ori does notice, and it looks as though the escape pods are in place, but you notice something else that's a little peculiar about it too. The normal landing lights and sort of overall operating lights that should be functional forever are not. They're all turned off.
The crew should still be on board. The escape pods are still here, but who turned off the lights?
Everyone is dead, probably. Please let me go.
Those of you with engineering backgrounds or spacer backgrounds, go ahead and do a mind exert check plus logic, or logic, engineering, or protocol. So whichever one of those is strongest for you. The difficulty on this one is 2. So check your mind exert score. If you are 1 below, you are D6 and D8. If you are equal, you're D8 and D8. If you are 1 above, you are D10 and D8. And add
I almost passed.
Add either your protocol or your logic or your engineering, whichever is highest.
Would I be able to roll with my military background?
Not for this.
Okay.
Would I be able to use my boon in engineering?
Yeah.
So I'm going to re-roll that 3.
So remember, you don't have to. Boons work like focus. Focus allows you to +1 or re-roll. So you could just say I +1 and I get a 12.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take the +1 then.
Just so you don't end up rolling a 2, because it'll happen.
Yeah, no, I know. My luck with dice the last few weeks in the Wednesday campaign has been not good.
Same with Cinder. If you wanted to use a focus, or if you had a boon in either one of those things, you could just bump up by 1 point.
I only have 4, so I'm gonna hold on to it.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm gonna need them later.
Anybody else rolling on that?
The only thing my character knows of, my character would probably not be looking at that because their whole thing is sabotage and engineering.
Okay. So those of you who passed, You are a little concerned because the lights that are currently out are not hooked up to any kind of manually controllable power grid. They are emergency lighting. They can't turn off. The only way for them to not be functioning is if somebody physically severed the power to them.
Question. The power link for the emergency lights, would that be on the surface of the station or internal?
Internal, probably in the wall somewhere.
And were we given a blueprint to work off of?
You have a map, but it's not like, in-depth wall map. It's like, this is the floor that has the thing that you're looking for, and this is the residential floor and stuff like that. You know roughly where engineering is because it's marked on there, but you're not really sure all its nuances.
Question.
Go ahead.
Is that enough for me to use the
Did I lose connection?
No,
see
you're
how
still
the
there.
grid is laid out? Ah, crap. But am I still here?
Oh, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry. My internet's doing weird jankiness right now, and I'm not sure why. So since we have that map, does that map show any of the access points at all to the to the insides of the walls? And if so, is that enough to take advantage of the infrastructural engineering work?
You can do that, but not until you get in there. From the outside, all you're looking at is a picture. You have to kind of get in there and see it because it doesn't have pipe layouts or anything. It's got like, this is where a wall is.
Okay. Alrighty.
We don't have the engineering map. We have the dumb schmuck you are here map.
More or less, yeah.
Is there a cartoon elephant in the bottom left? There probably is a cartoon elephant in the bottom left.
Now that we're within range of the station, can I, or I'm assuming when we get to the airlock, can I use the clean sweep system, or is the station blocking it?
Yeah, you'd have to be inside for that.
Okay.
Welcome, son.
Let
Which
me
we
go! I need to get us inside!
Go ahead and center your views to the upper left.
Gogo will just move so that the Fennec is in range of whatever panel it needs to access.
Yeah, Hostia is going to do the same. Just try to find an access panel once inside.
You are currently on the outside of the station. To the left and right of that wall that's in front of you, I'm talking about this wall right here, are entrances to the docking bay. Alternatively, you can try to get through one of the exterior airlocks. The only ways that you are aware of to get into the station are either through the docking bay or the exterior airlocks, of which there are two. Up to you guys which direction you want to go.
I'd rather not burn any of my supplies trying to find an alternate route in, so I'm going to make my way in through the docking bay.
Guys, come on, let's go to the airlocks! The docking bay's for ships!
I would suggest we use the airlock. The docking bay will take a significantly longer time to cycle than an airlock will.
Agreed. Airlock.
Question: has the docking bay been breached?
So it's open to space on the outside. You can actually peek into it if you want to. This place isn't really big enough to have its own docking garage. This is just sort of a protected area from micrometeorites and stuff for you to pull in and then leave.
I could peek, but I'm currently tethered to a giant bear.
You weren't complaining much a second ago. No, that's not
Yes,
true.
I was!
Unless someone has an objection, I suggest we make our way to a personnel airlock.
There's going to be one inside the docking bay. There needs to be one inside the docking bay.
Who wants to go first?
I do. Let me loose. Let go of me. I'll go in first. Jeez.
Let me go first since I'm the one actually in the heaviest armor. So Gogo will make his way towards the nearest airlock.
So the two of you peek around the side, right?
Yep.
Okay. This small bay has just enough room for a busing craft to pull in and out of. To either side of the main airlock leading into the facility are cargo holding areas. That's here and here. Cargo holding areas, one of which contains a freight elevator with its own airlock for moving large cargo between the bay and the station's interior. The rest of this particular level appears to be dedicated to housing many of the heavier machine aspects for keeping the station stable and functioning. You can see right here the airlock that leads into the building itself. There's a red light above it. So far, it's the only light you've seen that's turned on.
Would I know what that means?
Go ahead and do a same check that we did before, the mind exert and either logic or engineering or protocol, because all of them will apply. I'm going to say difficulty 1.
Nope. The spacer has no idea what space is.
The shiny red light.
Ooh, shiny. Dreamer floats towards it for a moment, then on the rope.
A red light is usually bad.
No, a red light means it's usually just not filled with atmosphere and would be prepared for use. You don't get out to stations very often, do you?
Oh, okay. Gogo checks the map and sees if taking the freight elevator will get them closer to their final destination.
The freight elevator should bring you up to the main floor of the building, which, yeah, is closer to where this toggle is supposed to be, assuming the freight elevator works. There's nothing over here that's lit up. The only thing so you're seeing indication of power is there.
My specialty is biology, not spacewalks. I'm usually brought onto stations to make sure the personnel on board aren't dying, not to go outside and fix the ship.
Come on, let me go. I've broken into a lot of places like this. Let me go. I'll get us in. Jeez. Ah. No, this is coming from the itty-bitty tiny fox. So it's probably more cute than intimidating, despite trying to be intimidating.
There's definitely a reason why he hasn't actually talked to you specifically. Hasn't really addressed your complaints.
You know, at this point, GM, my push frame works outside. My push frame works through the helmet, right? Okay. Dreamer just like curls up to where the clip is on his suit and unclips it with his push frame.
Okay. You are on your own. You will have to roll to see if you don't go flying off into the void. So go ahead and do the same athletics check as before. Still difficulty 0. So your suit is assisting.
Simplify that.
Oh, okay. So you're set.
I simplify that and am a spacer, so 50 XP, and I wouldn't have to do that anyway. Freedom! And he's gonna start going towards the docking bay.
Okay. So 2 people
Honestly,
float inside.
Just to peek in, he's actually going to, once checking the docking bay, I'm going to go look for a airlock, because that should work even without power.
Well, as a safety feature, you should be able to manually cycle them.
So you've got this one over here. And as you look inside, you can see what the red light is actually referring to. The airlock does have air in it. Unfortunately, it has the entire weight of the station's interior air on it. The inner lock is open. This exterior door can't open in its current state without cycling. It's got too much weight pushing against it. So something has to trip this thing to get it cycling again. Go ahead and do a mind exert in engineering. We're going to say difficulty 2.
The fox cricket, looks back. Mr. Tools! Come here! I have a tooly thing for you!
Give me a minute.
Meanwhile, Gogo is pulling out his PPS and has started hooking it into the freight elevator.
Could we please refer to the mongoose as Alexei? At least this way I know which one we're talking about.
Awkwardly looks down in her suit at all of the, bulging tools.
Has a fair number of tools himself.
Who exactly is she talking about?
That was the issue. I know all of your names from reading your medical histories.
I don't know. I don't know your names. I kind of skimmed over that part of your files.
Out of curiosity, is the artificial gravity extending to this point?
Not out here.
Not out here. Okay. And that's a significant failure on the check for engineering.
Okay. You are not entirely certain how to get this thing to trip. It seems that something's been borked on it pretty hard. The interior door might be wedged shut, or maybe it's got some kind of strange protocol for security you're not aware of. But in its current state, unless it cycles through its own system, nothing short of blowing it is going to get it open, and if you blow it, you're going to vent the whole building.
As a note, while you were doing that, Dreamer casually just floated a safe distance away.
And like I said, as this is going on, Gogo's just hooking up the independent power supply to the freight elevator.
Okay, go ahead and roll an engineering check. Mind exert and engineering. I'm going to say difficulty 2.
And I do have a simplification for engineering.
Okay, so 1. And what's your mind exert score?
2.
Okay, so you are a D10 and D8 plus whatever you have in engineering. Solid. It lights up. You can see that the little bar on the PVC is beginning to deplete. You'll probably get one good use out of it.
Well, I got the freight elevator working, but if we're going to use it, we better go quick. My power supply ain't going to last for more than one use. By the way, it's draining.
From a safe distance away. Yeah, go ahead, open the door!
Well, unless there's an emergency override that'll, forcibly cycle the airlock, it looks like we're going to be using the freight elevator.
I can give it a shot. I'm fairly handy with things.
Be my guess.
Elevator will get us closer to our destination anyway. Just we might have to find a different way out.
I mean, technically, they all kind of lead to the same place. The station only has 3 levels. You're on the bottom one right now, so that door or this elevator is both going to lead you to kind of the second floor.
It may be in our best interest to take the quicker route for now, i.e., I am reasonably sure most of your spacesuits have a limited air supply.
For now.
Just waggles a bottleette. Don't question where it came from. It's gone when you look back.
Dreamer, I suggest you get on the elevator with the rest of us. We're only going to get one shot.
Oh, fine. But if you leash me again, I will pout at you. And lands on the head of the bear.
Oh, totally leashes again.
You're about as
There's
You
just
hit
this
the
look of betrayal.
You hit the ascending button and ascend, as buttons often do. The hatch on the above you apparently runs off the same system, and will slowly cycle open. You move up, it closes beneath you. There's a pause as the area pressurizes a little bit, and you will emerge in the darkness. Grab.
I will take out a flashlight. And to get that flashlight, I am going to use my passive ability.
I will just turn on the flashlight that's attached to my suit. Click.
As a spacer, I'm going to use my alignment ability of Bug Out Kit to somehow pull out a flashlight bigger than me.
Fair enough.
In the meantime, my tail reaches up, grabs the flashlight, and flicks it on.
As an explanation, every background has a couple of abilities. Right now, we have our alignment ability. Each alignment ability can usually be used once per session or episode. However, some of them, like the Spacer alignment ability, can be used at any time. Mine gives me a bug out kit, allowing me to produce the following objects without cost or having them in my inventory: optics, basically binoculars, a flashlight, a point shift gauntlet, police whistle, rope, tools, bottles, PPC, and bug out ball, and vacuum sealant system.
For
I
reference,
have one of those. I have one of those each, and we'll restock it between arcs.
I will quickly disconnect my PPS once the elevator has come to a stop to try to preserve what charge it has left.
for reference, a bug out ball for the stream chat. A bug out ball is literally a self-contained ball designed for orbital re-entry of a single person or creature. And I'm gonna keep my ability a secret for right now because it'll be fun to use when the time comes, and it'll be a really big surprise.
Well, once we come to a stop, I'm going to step off the freight elevator and take a peek around this corner.
The station is pitch black and devoid of gravity, so you are floating as you get in there. Though air is present and fresh according to the readings that you're getting on your suit. While it's tough to tell through all the metal, chances are the life support systems are still running. If they are, they seem to be operating alone because nothing from the lights to the smart glass consoles is making so much as a flicker. Only the emergency floor lighting is active, providing just enough light to let you know where you should be walking if gravity were active.
I'm gonna poke one of the smart glasses a few times before floating out my toggle, popping it out of the toggle case and placing it against the smart glass.
It does not respond.
Interesting.
Okay, about how much charge is left in my PPS?
They are kind of single-use items, so after elevating the entire thing, it pretty much burnt up.
Okay. So I'll just remove that from my sheet then.
Hold on to it. If this game were going on longer, you'd be able to trade it in for a new one at half cost.
Oh, okay.
I will turn on the armor attached, or turn on the flashlight attached to my armor. Hi, Dyslexia. How are you today? Turn on the armor's magnetic boots because it comes with those, and pull out the small wrist-sized device that is used for the clean sweep to see if it detects any life forms or if it's still being blocked by the internals of the station.
It seems to be seeing one and some weirdness. So they're not the greatest sensors. It's explained kind of in their lore that they really weren't designed to be that great, They were designed to be good enough to let you know if there was anything there in order to promote people actually searching room by room, rather than going up, says 0, we're fine, and moving on and leaving somebody to die. So it is reading at least one life form, probably more, but it doesn't really know. It's getting like weird feelings out of the other one. It goes from 1 to 2, and occasionally to 3 to back to 1, which probably means there's interference going on.
Either I have interference or someone's heart is stopping and starting. I'm going to go with interference because it seems like the more logical conclusion.
I will also trigger the magnetic plating on my boots.
There's a thunk thunk.
Well, looks like we're going to have to take a minute to explore and figure out how to get the power back on.
Stays behind the big person and looks around to see if she can spot a access panel on any of the walls.
Okay. In the area you're in, the hallway that's above you, this hallway here, to the left and right of that are the main airlocks for the building. So you can kind of peek down those halls and see them there. You can see that both the interior locked doors are open. So the same way that the other place was. But now you can kind of look at them a little better. So if you wanted to futz with those on the inside, you could. Down below you over here is a hallway kind of reaching off into the darkness. According to the map that you had, down a little bit lower here should be the galley somewhere, a couple storage rooms, and a few other odds and ends, like the security offices down there. Above you is the lab over here. That is supposedly where your final item is stored, but you would need confirmation of that. The door is closed on that one.
Well, if the map's correct, security is down a ways from here, so at least we'll be able to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
first,
Also, you should let me go, please.
He's getting harder to hold on account of you aren't a. Oh no, wait, you're still floating right now. Never mind.
I'm also like 4 pounds while soaking wet, so you know.
But so full of energy.
I will also activate my magnetic booting.
Yeah.
And,
I will not, out of spite.
Oh, this is just fine. And, well, the lab, it also says that the lab is right here, so let's go secure the toggle here before we go gallivanting off.
The lab is right up here, and it is behind a locked door currently.
Right where? Because I didn't see the ping.
Top part, right up here.
Is the life form through the locked door or down towards the hallway?
It indicates roughly floor direction, not actual direction. So but the flickering does seem to be coming through there. You can put your head against it and see if you can listen. Go ahead and do a body exert or a body perceive. I'm gonna say difficulty 2.
So simplify would be difficulty 1.
Remember, this is a perception check, so you're using the perceive to check against the difficulty, and then you're adding your exert score to it rather than a skill.
And simplify would make it difficulty 1 instead of 2, right?
Right. Solid. And then
May I do that as well, please?
Yeah, you're doing it too. Go ahead.
I will use my reclaimed auditory.
Oh, cool.
I will use a focus to add 1 to give me a 12.
Okay. Those of you who are listening can hear kind of light scratching or thumping that's coming from the other side, so it definitely sounds like something's moving in there. It's a little tough to figure out what, though. It doesn't really seem like it's moving that much. It's just sort of, there's an object.
Does the object have a steady pattern, or is it erratic?
Do a mind, perceive, and logic difficulty 1.
I have a boon for logic. Is that...
Okay. Yeah, mind, exert, and logic, sorry, difficulty 1. So the boon just means you have a free focus point for it.
Okay.
solid. You are not really picking a pattern out of it. It seems pretty randomized.
I think someone is attempting an SOS but doesn't understand basic Morse code.
Based on what you're hearing, though, it's not. I mean, there is something moving. It could be a loose, pipe that's kind of thumping around. It doesn't really seem to be communicating particularly well. There's just movement going on in there.
Please, 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 let me go.
Yeah.
Gogo sighs and finally lets the fennec go.
Thank you. Get to live. Bye. Whoosh.
Oh,
Hi,
the other
you're my
thing
new friend.
I need to indicate is this. There we go. Just so that you were aware of it. There was a door down here. They're all locked, right? Or they're all closed at the moment, but there was a door there that you could see with your flashlights.
Okay.
Well, apparently I am the dreamer's new friend. I'm actually going to do one of the things that you're told explicitly not to. Who did we lose?
The GM.
The GM.
Oh, yeah, I accidentally clicked on the wrong damn thing.
Whoops!
There we go.
Hi, welcome back.
There we go.
All right, so I am apparently Dreamer's new friend, and I'm going to do the one thing you're explicitly told not to in a tabletop game, and I'm going to start heading towards the security office while everybody else is investigating the door.
Seems
Just
good.
Sounds are so terribly exciting.
So you're heading south on the alleyway there. This appears to be the primary thoroughfare for this level of the SOL. From the airlock is a long metal-plated hallway showing signs of regular traffic, with a sealed airlock on one wall and a large opening across from it. This leads into a wider hallway. It dents and scratches on the floor and the connection to the freight elevator. That's this one here that you're in. Click. You heard the gentle clangs that echo in the hallways as stray objects are drifting around in free fall. The satellite wasn't prepared for gravity loss. You can tell that already. There are fluids that are floating around in bubble form, utensils, tools, stray bits of personal paraphernalia floating all over the place. Without ambient lighting, it's pretty difficult to see, but you seem to be alone. Did anybody bother taking off a helmet, or are you all sticking that on?
I am keeping my helmet on because I think everyone's dead.
I am keeping it on until I can verify that the life support system is working and the filters are working.
The suit will do that. It tells you that it's breathable.
Gogo will risk taking the helmet off.
Just because it says it's breathable does not mean I necessarily trust the air yet.
I don't trust the air outside my house, but here I am.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's too pleasant either, but
She's not taking off that any part of her suit until she sees everybody else doing it, because does not do space.
And Gogo, you said that you took yours off?
he'll like open the faceplate to see how bad it is.
Okay. The air smells fine, except it smells kind of wet and metallic. From things spilling against the metal or something.
No, it smells wet and metallic, but doesn't smell bad.
This is you here, right?
No, I'm elected.
You're up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm up there. Yeah.
All right.
Does my suit have a Geiger counter on it?
No.
You said metallic. Looks at Gogo.
Wet and metallic.
Huh. Need to do a radiation scan before we take our helmets off, but I don't have the equipment.
As you are heading down this hallway, you've got a flashlight, right?
Yep, currently being held by my tail. Go prehensile tail.
Panning around the if that is really the reason you named your character that, I'm gonna throw you out of this airlock.
Wait, what?
Go for his. It's an Inspector Gadget joke.
Oh, no. I named my character Alexei because, well, he lives in a TTA. He lives on Europa, and TTI was one of his parents.
We just have a go-go. I think it's a different character though.
Yeah, no.
That's a Varna.
There was a struggle in the larger portion of this hall. You can see impact marks on the walls in tight enough patterns to indicate some sort of larger object colliding repeatedly with them. Some of the liquid in the water is water, some of it isn't. There's blood smeared across one of the bulkheads, and it's globbed in slow motion orbs in the air. There's quite a bit of it.
Is there anything else organic besides the blood?
Do a body perceive check, difficulty 1.
I'm really, really wishing that I'd brought a Kuhl Bloom indicator.
So apparently I can't roll anything higher than a 3, so no.
That has been remarkably low so far.
Look, there's a reason that I don't like using Roll20, and it's because it actively hates me and wants to kill me.
No. It actively hates everyone. Equally,
You have
even the
not
GM.
seen my dice luck.
I have today.
I have passed one check.
Whistles and has passed every check I have attempted so far.
And you wonder why I keep. What my first thought was to keep you on a leash.
Alexa, you can search as well if you wanted to.
Remind me what that roll was?
This is body perceive, difficulty 1.
Nope.
You should have an addition to that. So remember in perception rolls you add your exert as though it were a skill?
Yeah, it's going to be a no because that's a 10.
Right, but that's not far off if you wanted to re-roll the d8. Is all I'm saying. Like, you've got a 10 so far, having rolled a 1. So if you wanted to use a focus point to re-roll that d8, you would probably pass.
I'd be down to no focus points for the rest of the adventure. I'll skip it for now.
That's fine. You get down to the bottom and you pan kind of around. You see a doorway over here, and you also see a doorway right there. This one is damaged.
Are you guys relaying any of this to the rest of us?
Hi guys, there's been a murder!
Wait, what?
Well,
There's
it
been
hasn't
a
been
murder!
me.
Come and take a look! There's blood everywhere!
Methinks the little one exaggerates a bit, but yes, there's some blood here, as well as a busted door into what I'm assuming is the security office.
Right.
No, that's the galley according to your maps.
Sorry, the galley.
And there is a fair bit of blood. It's sort of hard to tell because it's floating, right? But if you consider the volume of the globs in front of you, it's not a small amount. Somebody didn't cut their leg.
Guys! Come on! Maybe we can find the body!
Is there a way to, can I collect a blood sample?
What would you collect it in?
Either on a spare bandage or band-aid from the perk kit, or if the perk kit has a test tube.
The perk kit does not, but you can get it on something if you wanted to. You could grab like a bandage or something out of there and smear it up that way.
Awesome.
You snag a bit. While you're doing that, go ahead and do that same perception check. Body perceive, difficulty 1.
That makes it difficulty 0. That's a no.
Just watching the string of ones appear. One.
Hey, at least we're getting them out of the way now.
Okay.
I mean, you say that, but we're an hour in. More.
You say that, but it's Roll20. It has an endless number of ones for you.
Okay, there's one thing I have to do. I have to go and check the bath if there's any people taking a shower, or dead people taking a shower with their clothes on.
It's fair. You want to swing back and check the bath?
Yes, I'm checking the bath.
You die. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. This is one of 2 lavatory facilities in the station. It's arranged in kind of a more public configuration than the one that's intended on the residence floor. There's no showers in it. A couple lockers hooked up. You don't really see anything. Doesn't look like there's a body or anything in here. It's just kind of a closed locker / bathroom. You can pan around and look around a little bit if you want.
Good enough. He just kind of marks it off.
Okay.
So you said there's damage to the walls?
Like things have been slammed or scraped against them. Yeah, like these walls. And then this door here is straight up broken open.
Now, is that door broken inwards, away from us, or into the hallway?
Away from you. Like so.
Okay.
Question.
Mhm.
Does that door open?
No, they're all kind of enclosed positions, and because the power to the station is off, none of them are opening because they're all automatic.
Ah, okay.
You can kind of wrench at them, like the bathroom one didn't have a lock on it, so that one wasn't really fighting you, but the storage one is secure, so until the power comes back on, you'd really have to damage it to get through it.
So I can't just give
You can throw your mighty Fennec weight against it.
I can't just give Alexei a crowbar and say, have at it.
I mean, you could. Force is always an option.
Better
Alexei,
question.
here, have fun. Levitates out a crowbar.
I mean, better question. Are there air vents?
Yeah, I mean, there's circulatory vents for the whole station.
About how big are they?
Small enough to fit a Fennec through.
I mean, better option as I start getting out of my hard case because, well, it's about as breathable as it's going to get. I'm going to look at Dreamer. Keep an eye on this for a second, and I'm going to reach up to one of the air vents and then do what cats generally do really, really well. Fit themselves into places that they really shouldn't be. And
It's not quite that small. The Fennec was 8 inches tall. You're talking like a general circulation vent. The register is probably a foot by, I don't know, maybe a foot, if
yeah,
that.
I'm a 5 foot tall 4-armed mongoose. It's kind of odd to watch him squeeze himself through this duct.
Do you have a reclamation to let you do that?
I think he's got the rubber bone thing.
Yeah, I've got skeletal electricity.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you can go for that. It's dark in there. What direction were you trying to go?
Trying to get into the other side of storage real quick to see if they have any sort of like backup power as part of the storage area.
Okay. So there isn't really a register here. There's probably one further inside because it has to feed multiple rooms. It's not right above the door there. You might try like further into this room or something to get it.
Like into the galley?
Yeah.
Alright. Well,
You go first.
I'm gonna grab my flashlight from the edge of my hard case and peek through the busted door.
Again, let the guy in heavier armor go in first.
Note to self: double check anytime I think the mongoose has a broken bone. It may just be temporarily liquid.
Oh, it's great at parties.
I'm just gonna say I'm glad that I'm not the first one everyone decides to go in the vents. It's like, Dreamer, go in the vent. Dreamer, claw through that vent and open the door. Dreamer, go and die for us.
Dreamer,
I mean,
Yeah.
Dreamer,
annoying.
take these bandages and collect a couple more samples of blood and along the dents in the wall, please.
Okay.
I can use them to identify if we can't find the crew.
I mean, I have a distinct advantage. Opposable thumbs.
Yeah, well, I have telekinesis given to me by the power of science! So you can put your thumbs where everything else goes.
Kinky.
I don't really know what I was talking about.
You can start examining the walls as you are wiping through as other folks begin to walk into the galley. The large room has panoramic windows all along its edge. This edge here. And lightweight orbital landing system, and Mars itself fills the space with diffused color. Tables and chairs are secured in place with locking hooks so they don't become dangerous flying objects in the event of gravity disruption, but the room is filled with other loose articles indicative of a space where the crew eats most of its meals. There's even a large open zone near the main entrance with roughed-in markings to set the boundaries for various games.
So equal parts eating area and recreation zone. Interesting.
This area mostly has cooking and eating equipment that's kind of around. You can go ahead and poke around and see what else you can find. The first thing you notice is that there is a vent right here that probably feeds both rooms.
Is there a grate over it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to break out my tools and grab a screwdriver and start working at getting it taken off so I can fit through.
Okay, it's not complicated. You get it loose before too long. Right about the time Dreamer stumbles across the arm.
I'm going to do the odd thing to the door and knock.
Which door?
The storage room door. I'm going to knock on it to see if something inside moves around.
Nope. At least not that you can hear right away. There's no response that you kind of get out of that.
Interesting.
Dreamer, you are mopping up messes on the side of the walls toward the floors, and you come across somebody trying to wave to you without their body.
Cool, free arm.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, free arm?
There is, in fact, a free arm.
That. I did not broadcast that.
Oh.
It's a severed arm floating in the upper corner of the hall. Examination of it can tell you a few things conceivably, but the only thing that you're seeing right off the bat is that it looks like it was pretty violently removed from its previous owner. It's probably where a lot of the blood is coming from.
Is the storage door here locked?
Yeah.
Would it be engineering to try to open that?
So it's locked by virtue of the power not working, so really the only way to get through it is to brute force it.
Now here's an odd question. Are there any marks like something was trying to get into that room?
Look around at the area around you and do a mind exert and logic difficulty 2.
Okay, so mind exert 2, my character has a mind exert 2, but
So
no
2d8?
logic. Just
Okay,
2d8.
it's just straight 2d8.
How's a 14 Sucha?
Solid. And you were trying to figure out if this thing was trying to get in, right?
Yeah, or like, if it looks like the door has been like deformed in some way, like I guess something trying to get in or out, because I'm thinking looking for dents also.
Yeah, it's not in great shape. You think it probably got impacted by whatever impacted the walls on the outside, but it doesn't look like it kept trying very hard. What you can tell, based on looking at this door and the door adjacent to it, is whatever knocked that one off its hinges and busted it open, hit it at about the same height that everything else got hit, so it was probably the same kind of thing. And it looks like it certainly possessed the strength to get it through these doors, so the fact that it didn't get through this one probably means it didn't try very hard.
How big is that? Or how big is the
Big. The impact is probably 6 feet off the ground.
Well, that's probably not a good thing. Are there any access panels in this hallway that my character could access?
Of what sort?
Electrical or cooling, particularly. And when I say cooling, I mean like coolant.
Not really. This is kind of the standard access hall, so it's not really an engineering thing. There was the air supply recirculation system is the one that is being penetrated over here right now, but that's just a vent.
Huh.
Speaking of, I'm going to reach up and haul myself inside and see what I can see inside the storage room.
Okay. You are a peek inside. It's dark in there. You can kind of shine your flashlight through the same way you have been with anything else. Nothing that really strikes you as terribly unusual. It's a storage room.
And I'm going to take one of the screws for the access vent panel and just kind of nudge it through the grate into the storage room and see if anything responds.
You wait for a minute, and nothing seems to happen.
Oh, right. 0G. I keep forgetting. So
You can push the grate kind of out of the way. You're going to have to punch it, honestly, because you can't unscrew it from the inside. So
Yep.
if you give it a whack, go ahead and do it's not, the most secure thing in the world. Do a body exert and athletics at difficulty 1.
Rampaging bull comes to mind with the damage to the doors.
Yeah, but whatever it was, maybe it went into the galley and up to the 3rd floor.
Yes, but why did it decide to go through the galley and not through this door too?
Well, dogs chase prey, so maybe it was chasing someone?
That's a disturbing thought.
give it a little bit of time, and I'm going to give it another go and see if I can actually get that vent off.
You trying again?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and try it again.
Okay. Solid.
There you go.
You give it another punch, and you loudly clang it off the side. You're able to poke through and kind of look into the interior.
And sweeping my flashlight around as I slowly emerge into the storage room, do I see anything?
A large bay with multiple entrances serves as a holding zone for often used equipment that needs to be moved in and out of the lab at regular intervals. Most of the heavy stuff has been secured, but smaller articles the crew has been lazy about have shifted around and made a mess of what was no doubt an already haphazard setup. Equipment is stored on multiple levels in here, and falling objects can be a danger to the careless, assuming there's gravity on. You can already tell by looking at it that you really don't want to be in here when the gravity comes back on, because there's big crates that are kind of floating in the sky right now. But most of it looks pretty common. There's a crate labeled replacements. There's a couple coils of wire, and a few other odds and ends.
I mean, as long as I'm in here, I'm going to grab a couple useful supplies for just a quick patch job for the electrical system and stuff them into my suit.
Okay.
And
Alexi, do you see anything useful in there?
just some replacement parts, wire, mostly utilitarian stuff, a couple things for, well, people have just left in here because it's convenient.
Is
Any more PPS?
The, what, power packs?
portable power system or whatever.
PPC.
Particle projection cannons?
No, PPC, personal power core.
Alexei,
Ellie.
are there signs of a struggle in there as well?
I mean, if there are, it'd be really difficult to tell. Everything's kind of floating around haphazard. You
It's pretty
don't want to
banged
be
up
in
in
here.
general. There's signs of people not giving a damn about how it looks.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to tell one way or the other.
Is the doorway to the armory open?
No, it is closed.
That's a negative. Oh, I'm gonna get
Those
out of
of you-
here.
With spacer backgrounds, go ahead and do a mind perceive check, difficulty 1.
I think that would be.
No, just him. Okay.
I will spend a focus to add +1.
And I think we had another one, right?
No.
Oh, nobody else had spacer? Okay.
Nope.
It just kind of occurs to you. Now, granted, you're kind of off doing other stuff, but based on your current rate of progress, you've burned up about an hour or 40 minutes or so on your sort of exploration timer. You still got another 7 hours left before this place becomes a burning hulk. But you're going to have to be fighting every single door if you can't get the power back on again. Looks like the whole place is shut down, and it's all reliant on getting the power up and the computer running before it's really accessible.
Okay, thank you.
Silly question.
Mhm.
While I was in the vents, did I see access to the next floor?
I mean, straight up. But yeah, you don't really know the vent layout, so there's no really telling where you're gonna hit a dead end.
Yeah, this would be definitely something to think about if I had an accurate map of this place, which would have been nice.
The disturbing part here is there's signs of a struggle, a fight. Someone lost a significant amount of blood here in the hallway. The armory is just around the corner, so the power must have gone out before the fight occurred. Otherwise, they would have run for the armory and armed themselves for defense.
Likely.
Well, I'm gonna get back out into the galley area and take the time to put my hard case back on.
So, is the air safe here?
As
I
safe
think
as
it
they
is.
can get.
Indeterminate, I mean, it's breathable, but there's a metallic taste to it, and I don't have a Geiger counter to determine if that's from radiation.
Continues crawling on the floor because 0G, when you're not used to it, sucks dick.
There's a message from Dreamer, by the way, that says, by the way, is spelled atrociously. Like, you have to be trying to spell this bad, and also has far too many pictures for a simple sentence. Hi, we should get the power back on before we all die!
Hey, Go.
Yeah,
Think you can help me with this door?
no, I can give it a try.
Hey, one sec. Takes a
Sure.
deep breath. Unzips her spacesuit, holding her breath. Reaches into one of her bags and tosses out a crowbar for them.
Grabs it.
Quickly zips back up, lets out a oddly high-pitched exhale.
You understand that's unnecessary. If there's enough radiation here to kill us, then it would take more than a half a second exposure to cause that, right?
a week ago, I was in the slums. Didn't deal with much radiation there.
That is fair. Though your suit would only prevent sub-lethal doses from getting through it.
You're really comforting, you know that?
I am simply logical and straight to the point. My bedside manner, however, is indeed atrocious.
So what do I need to roll to force the door open?
You're talking about the one that's this one here?
Yes.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and do body exert and athletics difficulty 2.
And with an assist?
You can simplify it, so difficulty 1. And who was crawling along the floor? You were?
Ostia. Ostia's like climbing along the floor and walls because that's the only way she knows how to move around in this kind of space.
As you come around the corner over here, you find a gun, kind of wedged to the floor, stuck there through surface tension from the blood that's on it.
Oh, what kind of gun are we talking?
Just a handgun. Looks like it's standard issue.
So like a 10R?
Yeah.
Okay, so if she picks it up, drops the clip. How much ammo is left in the clip? Does it look like it was fired?
It does look like it's fired. There's probably only a couple bullets left. You can do a quick count, and it looks like it's equivalent to the number of holes that are pegged in the wall. Give or take a couple.
This?
Guys, I can't really help you with your checks if you keep rolling ones. I mean, that's not the system's fault.
No, that's the problem with that's a
That's
problem
roll
with 20.
20. That's roll 20.
All right, heave. Oh, let's give it a second go.
I need to get my egress system out.
There you go. The second time goes through. You were able to pound it a few times. You're making a lot of noise because it's taken a few attempts to do it, but you do manage to wedge it off the side and open up this little hallway that has the stairway leading up. Were other people doing anything in the galley before you left? You don't see any people in there, but there's just kind of stuff around.
Going to take a look through the galley to see if something seems out of place.
Not necessarily out of place, but there's some useful things. There's a set of optics that's floating around. It's probably used to look out the windows. And a holo projector attached to the table.
Is there a message or program loaded into the projector?
It's got its own little power unit. When you turn it on, it projects like a game board onto the floor for, playing things like various indoor sports and stuff.
Is there a camera in this room?
Do a body perceive difficulty 1?
So difficulty 0. For me, it will be 1d8 plus 1d10 plus 2. Nope.
No, not that you can see. It's not uncommon for them to not be present on research stations, though. They don't want people who weren't cleared to be there having any way of finding out what was there.
No cameras.
I just want everyone to know. I just want everyone to realize one of the most common dice rolls we've had on a D10 is a 2.
No cameras.
Be careful, because you're just proving I need to keep you on a leash.
Where is the small?
This is why you keep them on leashes.
Crack. Dreamer, are you somewhere still on this station?
Maybe I should go the other way and see if maybe she's in the hallway where we came from.
I believe we may have a problem.
Oh, sorry. Hi, guys. No. Shh. Be quiet. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. I've got this.
I believe we have a bigger than expected problem.
Wow, no faith
Oh?
in me. I see how it is.
Never mind. Let's head upstairs. Perhaps there's a power plant there that we can turn on.
We check the map and see where the power is.
It is on the station's overall engineering area is on its top floor. So you would be wanting to go up to get a hold of that.
All right then. Going up.
I mean, you insist on leading the way, so after you.
Yep.
You will travel up the stairway. Your general impression at this point is that the station probably has power, because without it, the life support wouldn't be working, and that little airlock that had the light on in the docking bay wouldn't be turned on. It's probably shut down on a computer level. So heading toward the core is the best chance of getting it running again. There's a software block going on that's keeping everything shut off, except for those emergency lights that must have been manually severed. You will travel upward. Dreamer has disappeared from this material plane, so I can't grab their icon.
I'm getting the distinctive impression that someone wanted the station to fall to and burn up, and no one get on board.
Guys, come on! This is clearly a disposal job! Duh! That's why everyone's dead! We're probably gonna find at least, like, one survivor who's really traumatized. And... this place is probably gonna burn up way faster than you think.
Dreamer, your theory holds water except for the fact I am detecting more than one life form. So,
Yeah, you think that.
So unless they have an overly large pet, I am reasonably sure there is more than one thing still alive here.
Meanwhile, Alexei looks over his shoulder at Ori. So, yeah, you're probably right about that.
The pet or more than one survivor?
Maybe not so much a pet, but something.
Okay, so from here, which direction is the computer core?
I'm gonna guess at the end of the spooky, scary hallway.
This is the residence floor for the SOL, and it's the only level in the station to feature carpeted floors and soffit wall paneling. It gives a feeling of a hotel floor with rooms on either side of a relatively wide hall and stairs to the level above and below. The place that you're trying to head to would be the level above.
For stability's purposes, instead of trying to use magnetic boots on carpet, we're going to use magnetic boots on the walls.
You can do that. It's tall enough for you to be able to walk sideways on it. The air in here has kind of a mist to it. It's dark, so it's hard to tell what's going on. But it's still got that metallic tang. It tastes pretty irony. You're starting to get the feeling that it might be diffused blood.
Yeah. Before we go much further, I'm just gonna open this door.
That is again, all the doors are closed. To the according to the map, those are all individual room doors. So these are like crew quarters. Down at the bottom over here is the bathroom for this floor, and at the top over in this direction is like the commander's quarters. Each of these doors are closed by means of the station lockdown and electronically locked. So you can start poking through them, but you're going to be burning up 10-15 minutes a door.
I just want to open the one, so at this point.
Okay, go ahead and try to kick it down.
And according to the map, where is the access to the next floor?
Up at the top, this direction.
I'm just gonna grab one of the door frames and just haul myself towards them, just letting myself float in that general direction.
Okay.
Now, do I get the bonus or the boon anytime I roll that skill?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll use my athletics boon to reroll the d10.
So anytime you reroll a 1, you have to actually use 2 focus to make it happen. 1 to bump it up to a 2, and then another to re-roll it. You can't re-roll a 1 itself. It's the downside of rolling 1s. So the boon that you have will allow you to increment it to a 2, so that you can then spend 1 focus to re-roll it.
Hmm.
Okay, so that
Makes it 12.
Yep, that's 12.
so 13 because I forgot to add my +1. But
Okay. You give it a shove and kick it. Inside that room is Cloister class stock residence rooms aren't exactly opulent. I can't really open that one up without opening up all of them. But they're better than, the closet many ships stuff their crew into. There's a bed, a desk, a small hand washing sink, and a closet, and mercifully, a private toilet. The station even boasts a pair of couples' quarters at the end of the hall. Those are usually commander's quarters. These rooms all have outward-facing windows, but the shades are drawn on most of them, and half of them don't really have much to look at, and the other half doesn't like being blinded all the time by Mars staring into it.
yeah.
This room doesn't really seem to have anybody in it. Looks like... Oh, nothing. The station wasn't fully staffed, so you open basically a storage room. You can see a couple boxes in there. Not much else. Looks like the bed hasn't been used.
Okay.
Walking on the wall as I come to doors, I'm going to stop and use my foot or talon in this case to tap out SOS on the door to see if something responds from the inside.
No answer.
I'm doing it to each of the doors as we walk by.
Yeah. It kind of echoes in a creepy fashion down the hall. I'm sure everybody's looking at you irately as this echoing metallic tang is just...
I apologize, but it's an easy way to check without having to open to see if there's someone inside.
I was more opening it to see if there was a body inside, to see if they might have been killed in their bunks. But
That is fair, but I'm looking for survivors, not the dead.
Well, we can speed this up by opening up the power option to actually get us through some of these doors without having to force them open. So I'm going to keep moving forward.
You get down to the end of the hall, and there is another stairway.
And what's around the corner?
This right here is the stairway. This over here is the entrance to the commander's quarters.
Literally jumps to float across and then walk on this wall.
Continues walking along the ceiling.
It makes the stairway tough to deal with.
It's also probably less cramped up there.
And I'm just going to move up the stairs and head for the engineering as quickly as I can.
The vent leading into the individual, crew quarters are in the interior of each of the crew quarters, so that if there, was a plug somewhere on the outside, they wouldn't end up being suffocated. So there's no exterior vent to it.
I would actually be interested in trying to open the door to the commander's quarters.
Hold on a moment, Alexi.
You know what? If we've been in here for about an hour and our spacer friend has, concerns about how much longer we actually have on board, and as a note, corporations that approach people for jobs like this generally pad the information to make sure that they get what they want without us coming back. We should probably make haste.
It is burning up. We've done a couple of checks here, but each time you have to get one of these doors open, you have to bust its lock and force it open. You're talking about a 10 to 15 minute process. So door number 2 here is 30 minutes on this floor alone.
So I'm gonna get my ass up onto the engineering floor.
I'm not in disagreement. I just want to make sure that our other friends are not staying put or scattering about.
No,
I appreciate your concern, but as soon as we get the lights on, things will probably be a little bit easier for us to deal with.
yeah, but if the commander's in here, he might have an access card or something we need.
We lost someone.
We lost Bones.
It will take longer to bust the door than it will to turn on the computer and open the door via standard procedure. And I would rather not turn the lights on, just the doors.
Well, if I'm going to do my job and potentially give us a little bit more time, I'd rather have light than a flashlight because it frees up one of my hands.
There we go.
I swear to Christ, I'm going to ice somebody. So I dropped out right as Go-Go and Alexi were about to go at it. What's going on?
They're still doing it.
Come on, Go-Go. Let's try to avoid using too much time.
I mean, wouldn't it make sense to get the, power on? That way all the doors are open?
That's kind of the goal. Go-Go's trying to stop and open one door at a time.
No, I'm trying to open one specific door in case there's something we need behind it.
These doors are locked by an electronic lock, right?
Yeah.
I don't, looking at the locking mechanism, or, from what little she probably knows, how long does Ostia figure it would take to sabotage that lock to open it?
Well, you need power first.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not. There's nothing to sabotage at the moment. It's basically mechanically locked by virtue of the fact that there's no power going into it to tell it otherwise, and the software is not active to it to tell it otherwise. So your only real way past these doors is to break them, which is just banging on it until you can get through it. It takes about 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, so it's not like, it's not like it's simply bolted shut. It's like an actual hard mechanical, you need thermate to cut through this kind of locking system.
It's supposed to be secure. They make them in the event of, you've been raided or something, you can hold out in the quarters.
Or, there's a breach in the very thin wall protecting you from space. Everyone doesn't die, only one person dies.
The doors, yeah, they're fairly tight. Yeah.
That is my actual concern, is breaking open the wrong door and finding out that it's exposed to vacuum. I understand you want to get in there, but we can come back. It's not like it won't still be there in 5 minutes.
Fine.
Guys, are you still in the hallway? Come on, catch up, you're slow!
So heading up?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on it up.
It's cramped on the top. You'll have to kind of come out one by one.
And since Alexei was already at the top, he's just going to move in and down towards where he can do his job.
The stairway emerges in a hall with two of the station's 4 escape pods immediately behind you, and a pair of doors to either side of a hall. The other 2 escape pods lie at the end of it, as well as the operations center, generally only used when the station has to physically relocate or dock with a particularly large ship, and the computer core room. There's also a thin hatch that leads to the cramped confines of the system control sections, which manage everything from thrust to rotation to life support and power use.
So, out of curiosity, which one of these doors was for the computer core?
It's up here at the end of the hall.
Hori's going to take a moment and make sure that if, in the event she has to use it, the escape pod works.
It seems to be. The door leading to it is still active because it's got its own power source. And it seems to be, near as you can tell, functional. Now, if you open it up and start getting into it, it does this kind of fail-safe thing, which, you know, could cost you time and stuff. But from what you can tell, it ought to function.
So, from what can be told, if we were to dive into it, it should launch.
Supposedly.
That's good news.
Who went up to the core room? A couple people.
That was me.
And I'm up beside it, and I'm up.
The core room is access protected. Looks like there's an iris scanner and a palm reader that's attached to it. And it has a similarly robust door, as this is a pretty important section. This one does seem to be powered. Maybe it's got its own source, as it's pretty important.
Is currently in the hallway looking into the escape pods to see if anything's in them.
Empty.
So as Alexi is looking at this thing, a hand floats down. A hand, Sans body floats down from just above them.
Well, the good news being that if we have to use the escape pods, they'll work. In theory. Assuming someone hasn't thrown EMP grenades into them.
Instead, they threw a hand.
No, the hand is floating in front of Alexi's face.
Alright. That's unsettling.
Quite, yeah. Back end of it, appears to be ripped off at the shoulder. Quite crunched.
Granted, I've probably seen worse, but I'm not gonna question it. I'm gonna grab the hand and slap it against the palm reader real quick.
Nobody wants to ask the Fennec where they kept that. I mean, I was curious.
Or
You
where
don't
the
wanna know.
thing is.
I'm more curious to examine it to determine cause of removal.
I should mention, the Finnick has been in stealth this entire time.
Is trying not to puke.
You can actually examine the arm, but currently it's being used and does seem to work. You apply it to the palm reader and the door opens up. The room is mercifully clean, if a little cramped.
That's interesting. They have a iris detector and a palm reader, but it only needs one.
In the event that the other is removed. If a little cramped, it's on an elaborate layout of darkened glass monitors here for display of critical systems information about the station. Power seems to be going to each of them, but with the exception of life support, they're all set to offline mode. Simply entering the restart sequence should get them all running again. The only problem is the interface has been ripped free of the wall. It's sans a keyboard.
Can you toss that arm back here?
I mean, I left it at the access panel, but
We'll throw it back.
What is the roll to examine a severed arm for cause of severance?
Might exert medicine, difficulty 1.
so out of curiosity, are there cables that I could use to connect a toggle case to the systems?
Not the toggle case per se. If you have a crash suite, that'll work. The toggle cases just aren't really designed to interface with random crap.
I wanted you to know I picked up D-Resins. I'm not a crash suite.
And of course, because I went to engineer focus, I don't have that either.
You're aware of the operations room being next to you, though, according to the map. That is a place full of consoles. You might be able to find some equipment there and patch a repair through. You were examining the arm, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was clearly ripped clean by something very strong, and likely edged. Not like it was cut by a sword or something, but like whatever grabbed it had just, I'm going to say, hard metallic edges, like a vice,
Like a mechanical press almost.
maybe, or some sort of gripping device.
Or a really, really metal crab.
Not to be offensive, Go-Go, but we may be looking for a rogue cog.
Hmm.
They are typically not stronger than vectors by any significant sense. Like whatever did this was a physically kind of superpowered thing, maybe a piece of equipment or like a door or something. Cogs have about the same level of physical strength as organics do, of the same size.
Yeah, he'd to put it in character, he'd be a tool. He'd be a
This
cog that
is
he gave up not too much of his normal form to be purpose built practically for the task.
Which vectors do fairly readily, so it's statistically more likely that a vector just got a mechanical limb that had a big vice on it.
this was severed via something mechanically crushing it.
Okay, so in that case, we're on the lookout for killer robots.
Or someone carrying a particularly large metallic clamp. Or a cybernetic arm with a massively enhanced amount of strength. This was
Or
severed.
hedge trimmers.
This was severed incredibly cleanly, but not
Hedge
with a
trimmers.
bladed edge.
Totally hedge trimmers.
Not with a bladed edge.
I assume somebody's working on this door.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and kick that one down. Alright, you've gotten the hang of it at this point. It's getting more familiar to you. This one opens up with a heavy bang, and you were able to squeeze through to the side. There is what you're looking for in here. You can see various interfaces that probably fit the same kind of system. You're just going to have to wire them in. It's going to take a little repair, but at least the parts are here. This room is pristine in an almost eerie sense. The Operations Telemetry Center is only used for station maneuvering operations such as moving to new orbits, or aligning with large spacecraft, or deploying and attaching new components. For stationary operations such as the SOL, this room never really gets used. It's entirely possible no one on board even knew how to operate the controls, and it's anyone's guess if the station was equipped with adequate thrust to really make use of them. For safety, most of these stations have been uncoupled from the primary grid. There's a stim here, sitting on a desk, called Laser, and a note attached to it that reads, "Tastes better than coffee." And there's also a crash suite disassembled on a desk that can be fixed.
Honestly, given what I just saw of the computer core, I'm going to say that the crash suite's going to be more useful. So I am actually going to take a moment and, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the smart thing here, and I'm going to pull out my patch kit.
Patch kits are for patching armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is
They're
there,
exclusively a nanite repair system for armor systems.
Okay. In which case, then I'm gonna go ahead and break out my toolkit and start working on getting the crash suite put back together.
Do a mind exert engineering difficulty 2. And
so
if anybody who has any engineering is around, they can help you out to bring it to 1.
yeah,
Ostia could help.
but the other thing is there any power to this room?
No, it's all in a similarly dark state. You get kind of a nice view to the outside. It's got a pretty big window.
Okay.
All right, and that was a mind exert engineering.
Difficulty 1, because you're getting help. Solid. You were able to get it back together in what you figure is a working state. You ought to be able to patch it into the core now.
All right.
I think Ostia is trying to see if the keyboard was ripped out or uninstalled.
It was damaged pretty heavily. That's why the benefit of the crash suite, the crash suite's whole benefit is that it's just got a myriad of different ports. So as long as you can get exposed wires, you can usually always hook a crash suite up to something.
Yeah, but
Ooh,
does
you
it
should
look
keep
like
that. Those are useful.
But does it look like somebody, slammed a fist on it or ripped it out, or does it
It
look
looks like it was
actually-
manually removed, like not crushed inward, but like grabbed and yanked.
So
There's some
20
wires, and you're not really sure whatever happened to the keyboard, but
Somebody intentionally set this up to make it difficult to reactivate the systems.
Woo, woo, woo. Keep the crash suite! Keep the crash suite! Or give it to me! Give it to me when you're done! Please!
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm going to have to insist that we leave the lights off.
I mean, you can insist all you want. Does that mean I'm going to listen to what you have to say about it?
Someone intentionally has disabled this station and had intimate knowledge to do so. That means one of the crew did it.
And out of everybody here, who has night vision?
None of us.
Exactly. So having light to be able to see what we're dealing with would probably be a benefit.
You do realize it'll warn whoever did this, right? You know, if they're still on the... If they're suicidal and still on the ship, which I can totally get.
I'm going to be completely honest. The moment the power comes back on in the first place, it's going to tip them off. So the lights coming back on isn't going to change things.
it's also worth noting that you have banged open about 5 doors so far. Your stealth approach is not not present anymore.
Yeah. So if somebody were still on this station and wanted us dealt with, well, they know we're here.
Put your helmets on!
I'm gonna scoot past Ostia and
Actually, that's a fairly good idea. Everybody, make sure you put your helmets back on, in case once power is reactivated, doors and stuff automatically open.
No, if I wanted to kill all of you, I would set the escape pods to immediately eject once the power's turned back on. But you know, not close the doors. So it kills all of you!
I'm talking about opening the doors to, like, vacuum.
That was actually going to be my next suggestion.
And I was actually going to ask if Ostia would help me out.
Sure.
I mean, I'm usually pretty familiar with these things, but a crash suite is not in my usual set of tools.
And in the event you're electrocuted, someone can shove you out of the way to stop the electrocution.
Well,
That's a sobering thought. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead and do Mind Exert and either Logic or Engineering, whichever you prefer. Difficulty 1.
Do you have engineering boon at all?
I have engineering 3 and a boon.
Okay, so Ostia will be, giving us assist then.
Right. Well, I mean, I would with the skill assistance thing, you want the person with the higher skill to be willing to check in most cases, unless there's a story thing preventing it.
Yeah, Ostia's engineering is not that high.
Who just said they had a 3? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused on the person. Yes, go ahead. So it was difficulty 1. It's going to be difficulty 0 now because you're getting help. And go ahead and roll it.
You know what? I'm going to spend my last focus point as well as incrementing the 1 up to a 2 to re-roll that d10.
Okay. And here comes the 1. Okay,
Actually, that's pretty damn good.
yeah, that's solid. You get it in there and you turn it back on. One by one, the smart glass displays flash on. Power consumption charts, oxygen controls, heating, cooling, provisions, and old personal logs populate the screens. Alerts are flashing about the altitude, and even before the whole system is revived, the computer is already declaring a state of emergency due to the imminent impact with the atmosphere below. Lights in the halls blaze to life, and the systematic unlocking of previously latched doors can be heard funking in a metallic rhythm. Gravity is reinstated. I hope you guys decided to get off the walls.
I'm
Probably
mesmerized.
still face.
And all at once, the silently drifting tools, fluids, and other objects come crashing to the floor. But they don't stay there very long. Just as you're catching your footing, you feel your stomach rising again. The SOL's orbital maintenance thrusters have reinitialized on their own, executing previously entered orders prior to the station's shutdown. It's actively pushing itself down, and it's picking up speed.
Yeah, I'm over in. I'm gonna. So, the first person to run into operations sees Dreamer sitting at one of the consoles, poking at it, basically muttering, up, go up, come on, up.
Yeah, Gogo like runs in immediately and starts working the controls.
I wished you
Ah,
had
I'm so
waited a
stupid!
moment.
I can't believe I didn't expect this!
You've got a couple options there. The again, most of the control systems inside operations were taken off the primary grid because the people here weren't never supposed to be messing with them. So there's one in there that you can try to get working. Alternatively, you can try to control it from the core that you're at right now. Or if all else fails, or if you want to try to be exploring multiple things at once, you could try to manually disable them by going through the maintenance hatch that was mentioned earlier. That's down in this way. Those are kind of your quickest options. I'm trying to click on the stream for some reason. Down in this way, there we go, for getting in and out of there and trying to shut this down. But the place is rattling itself. There's a timer that's popped up on the core right now indicating 10 minutes to impact. It's pushing down hard.
Ostia, you think you can start working on this so I can get into the mechanical side, or should I stay here?
Go.
Gogo will try to start working from what he can in operations.
Okay. You find one of the systems that you think is still working. It is password protected. You're just going to have to try to bypass it. Do a mind exert and sabotage difficulty 3. Who is staying at the core trying to get through there?
Ostia.
So
Okay.
That's a
Same concept.
so mind exert logic.
No, for hacking it's sabotage. So mind exert and sabotage.
I will spend 1 focus to turn that to a 12.
Solid. And you were trying to get into the one in operations, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Never mind. Wait, you have a 5? Mind?
No, I have mind exert 2. So
Okay, so you
Yeah,
can
so
go
the
into
difficulty was 3. So you are 1 below the difficulty. That's a D6 and a D8.
okay, but I do have a boom. No, non-sabotage.
So the 8 won't do it. Dreamer, you were rolling on the same computer, right?
Yes, I rolled a 11. I spent one bonus, 1 focus to add +1 to get a 12.
Okay, solid. You are not able to actually control thrust from this station. It looks like they really didn't want anybody to do it, but what you are able to do is override the security lockout on the core. It locked itself up to keep this program from being deactivated. So you can prevent another hack check at the core from your current position. You can just shut down security protocols.
Boop! Okay, guys, core's open!
Over at the core, you see that the blasted password screen that was there to flirt you opens up, and you just have admin control on it now.
Oh, didn't even have to roll against it. Cool.
Stop firing Hey, guys, stop firing thrusters! Fire the other way! Buy us time!
Yeah. Is it going to be like all computer speak, or is it just going to be, engage thrusters to restabilize orbit?
So that option doesn't. You'd have to recalculate an orbital thing, and this station just doesn't have the strength to do it. But you can tell it to go the other direction, so that it's not pushing down anymore. You just reorient them 180 degrees.
Basically,
Hits the lock box. Hold on. Hits the button.
Everybody feels a lot heavier for a second.
Magnetizes self to floor just in case.
You push upward. The system spins them around. There's a lurch, and you begin feeling the backward force as it's pushing against its own acceleration. It rattles on. There's a shaking, and then there's several different pops as the force of the small thrusters, which are only really meant for station keeping, basically tear themselves free of the heavy hull of the ship. You are no longer firing downward, but you are a lot lower than you were.
Okay.
Immediately checks to see if there is any kind of descent tracker or countdown timer that shows how much time is left before the basically before this thing burns up in ammo.
There is. You can see it right there on the screen, and it's ticking downward from 30 minutes. At the same time, there's an announcement that comes over the ship's computer, rattling throughout the decks. Propulsion disabled. At current velocity, the stars over Landria will reach emergency detonation altitude and
Did you cut off on purpose, or did your connection cut out? Hello?
Hello?
That was a connection cut out. Though it was an exceptionally well-timed one.
I know, right?
Hori gets over the squawk box. I am going to make a suggestion, and it may seem a bit extreme. We should vent the atmosphere.
Not yet! Not yet! Not yet! There's a few things we need first!
No, as in we should make it impossible to breathe, not as in we should blow out the wall. Whatever is still alive on this station, I imagine, is not the crew.
there we go. Way back.
Judging from the combination of the arm, blood, derelict state, and the fact that what was done to the core appears to be something that should have been irreversible.
So before you speculate too hard, I got cut off in the middle of a narration because my internet died.
Okay.
Though it was an exceptionally well-timed one. Very dramatic.
Escape pods. There's an announcement coming from the computer. Propulsion disabled. This is going throughout the whole ship. At current velocity, the stars over Landria will reach emergency detonation altitude in 30 minutes. Escape pods 3 and 4 are no longer usable due to departure angle. Evacuate immediately. It cuts itself off there, and there's this small, frightened-sounding voice that replaces it. Hello? Hello? Is anyone out there? It sounds real, and it's echoing through the PA all over the station. Can you hear me? If anyone can hear me, please, I need some help. Use any of the wall comms. I'm on every channel.
There are wall comm.
Yeah, there's one nearby.
Click. Hi! So, quick thing. I'm Dreamer. We're gonna get you out of here, but, where are you? 1, 2, why is everyone dead? 3, let's walk and talk.
Hello, I'm in the armory. It's not very well equipped. It's got the handguns, though. I'm stuck in here now. The damage must have tripped the intruder alarm or something because the drone turrets are all active. I don't have my ID card.
Oh, fun. Where are the turrets?
There's one in the armory. It's the only one that's here. It's here to guard the weapons.
Oh, okay, cool. We don't have to deal with those then. Thank you!
No, I'd appreciate it if you would. I'm pinned behind it.
Gogo is already at the sound of we have a half hour. He is already running down the stairs.
Yeah, Dreamer's gonna poke the wall comm. Hey, switch over to Squawk Box. Hey, do you have a Squawk Box?
I don't.
Hori's going to poke the wall comm. Dreamer, calm down. I need some very clear, concise answers. Are you able to do that?
Yeah.
Running fast.
Are you injured?
No, I'm okay.
Is anyone else you know of alive?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one here.
What happened in the hallway?
We were attacked. We've been working on a new sort of bioprobe to handle solo incursions into hostile territory, and it got out of hand.
So your own experiment attacked you. There's no intruders.
No, it was ours.
I understand. Do you know the location of this experiment at this time?
I've been in here for a while. I think it's gone.
I can confirm it did not leave the station. I was hoping you could tell me where it would have been programmed to go.
Maybe the lab?
That is not
Oh,
overjoyed news. We will make our way to you as quickly as possible.
Does she know if the toggle is still in the lab?
Oh, you mean the research? I knew they'd come back for that. I've got it. It's with me. All the test results get saved to that thing. We kept it locked up in here in the armory when it's not in use. It's kind of why I haven't left. I figured if they were going to send anybody back, it would be for this.
Last
Behind
question.
the turret. Okay, cool.
Does your project require air to breathe?
If that wasn't really my department.
It's a bioprobe! No, it doesn't.
To answer your question, no, it wouldn't.
It's a simple yes or no, and there is more than one type of bioprobe. I understand. Very well. Do you have a spacesuit?
No?
That's bad.
Do we not have any escape left?
They're at a terrible angle. Only 2 of them are functioning, and I do not know if all 6 of us can fit in 2 pods.
I'm small!
We will do our best. Alright, my suit can sustain me in orbit for several weeks. I don't know about the rest of yours, so if it comes down to it, I can float. In the meantime, let's hurry.
Wait. Hold on. Immediately doubles back to the room, to the core room. Were there security monitors in there?
Not security, because they don't really want a whole lot of recorded footage of what's happening in their research place. There are logs, though, like personal logs and stuff.
Not concerned.
Ostia, can you lock the lab from here?
I can try.
Ostia, grab the lab. Hey, Ostia, grab the logs, please. I'll pay you.
And as a note, I would appreciate getting the crash suite back. I did put in a fair bit of effort repairing it. As I'm saying this, I'm heading into the engineering section and seeing what I can do to deactivate the security systems, such as the automated drones.
That's not. This place that you're in down here doesn't have any kind of control over that. This is like controlling the ship's chemistry, essentially thrust control, life support, stuff like that. The drone guns would be controlled by security, or potentially from the core. That computer kind of ran a lot of the stuff.
So there wouldn't be any direct electrical connections or communication.
Well, I mean, maybe, but they would be wired in with literally the rest of the station.
Okay, somebody work on trying to disable the guns from the core. There's no point in all of us running down to get this person. I will go.
I'm already here. Work on the lab and trying to get the security turned off.
Grab those logs.
Dreamer, go get the logs yourself while Ostia works on the security part.
It's the same thing.
Assuming the rest of you are safe, I will go with Go-Go in case medical attention is required for someone getting shot.
I'm going to go see if there's anything I can do to stabilize this platform a little bit longer.
Yeah, see what you can do to buy us some more time.
Alright, let's try to hit everybody up one by one then. Starting with operations. Go ahead and do a mind exert and operate difficulty 2.
Would piloting be an acceptable option?
Yeah, I'll take that.
A thought occurs. The escape pods have a jettison system. Is the station pushing against the escape pod, or is the escape pod pushing against the station?
You don't really know the mechanism it's using just from kind of looking at it. It's probably got its own.
Also,
looking at what's...
the reason that 3 and 4 probably wouldn't be able to fire is because they're pointed relative down to the planets. If you fired it, they'd hit atmosphere and probably burn up.
Oh no, I'm thinking about relative physics. If they're pushing against the station, that would buy us a couple minutes from them. If we jettison 3 and 4, since they're pointed at the planet, it would push against the station. Because in space, you can't go anywhere unless you push against something.
There's almost certainly not enough mass in them to buy more than a few seconds.
Anyway, in operations, I'm going to use my positive alignment ability for the background destined. I'm just going to auto pass the check for operations to try and buy us some more time.
Okay, so your passive one isn't active yet until first landmark.
Sorry, that's the alignment ability.
Okay, that's the elective one. Okay, so you do pass. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that operations could do at the moment. You are able to determine that you're basically in a decayed orbit that can't be recovered from. That there just isn't enough thrust on this station. Plus, you just lost several of the thrusters.
I'm just gonna try and re-angle enough so that escape pods 3 and 4 are available to us.
Yeah, it's the station wrenched them off when they tried to backburn against the descent. Like, there's nothing left to steer with.
I mean, controlled expelling of air through the airlocks?
That's not what they're designed to do. I mean, you can open them or close them, but the I'm going to open airlock A by X% while B is not, like, they're not evenly spaced on the station. The best you'd achieve is venting it. Which you can
this
vent it
place
from
was
one side, but they're not evenly spaced, so you'd start spinning.
Out of character, this place is probably built by Marsco. It was literally built by the cheapest bidder. It was not built for, safety.
Well, I was trying.
Yeah, you're fairly certain you've exhausted most options. It's fallen. Your best course right now is speed.
Yeah, I was just trying to reorient so that 3 and 4 escape pods 3 and 4 could get used.
No, that is a viable plan. If we time it correctly, in the event we need to use 3 and 4, we could launch 1 and 2, and then spin the station and time the launching of 3 and 4 to sling them out away from the planet. That is actually very good thinking.
Next person was we had up in the core room, right? What were you doing up there?
Bones, it's you. Astia?
Can't believe they're dead.
Oh no, we split the party! The first person's already dead!
Okay, well, next floor. Who went down to floor 2?
I did.
Okay, and you were heading toward where?
I'm gonna pause to check the captain's quarters, quickly look it over, see if there's anything important and/or the captain's body.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, I'm also going to floor 2, but then to. He's not stopping. He's just continuing on to the stairs to the next floor down.
When you get to, okay, you go straight to the stairs. Yeah. You get inside the captain's quarters.
Laments at the fact she was faster in 0G.
Grab the, description. Plug him back. So our third floor. Director's quarters, there we go. Being the boss has its perks. The room is more spacious than the standard quarters, featuring a private shower and a private bathroom setup, a larger bed, and a sitting area. There's a set of dress clothing that's kind of draped around the ground because it fell over, and a PPC that was probably on the desk at one point but fell off. There's also a computer there that has an independent password lock on account of it's the director's personal computer.
Okay. Are there any personal effects or equipment?
You can see pictures, broken frames on the floor, that PPC that fell down.
I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, the locker's got some uniforms in it. Not a whole lot else. Seems fairly Spartan.
Okay, darn. I was hoping to find a key card or a toggle or something. Or, a body.
Go ahead and we'll hit that in a second. Where are you going after that?
After that, I'm gonna catch up with everyone else.
Okay. When you're
I'm
heading down
also...
to about here, do a body perceive check at difficulty 1,
Okay,
because you are lower to the
auditory
ground.
help?
No. It's just visual.
Okay.
May I get a check because of
Pass.
reclaimed acuity?
The person who rushed straight for the stairs does not get a check. You were occupied on getting downward. People who were coming up behind and might have moved slower can.
Yeah, Dreamer is keeping an ear open because he's expecting something to try and murder them.
Yeah, there's nothing to hear, but you do see that the doorway down here at the bathroom has opened, as have most of these, and the floor inside is rather slick and red.
I was asking about reclaimed acuity because it's specifically to reacquire targets or notice changes in the environment.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow, the one good roll I've had all night.
You said difficulty what?
2.
Okay, so simplify twice, that's 0.
0. Sell it. Yeah, you can likewise see that the bathroom has been opened and that the floor is just soaked in internal body juices.
Something was pulverized.
Quite heavily pulped. It is a mess in there. You're very happy you didn't go in when the gravity was off, because this was probably all floating a minute ago.
Is there anything in the goop?
You're gonna have to take a minute to sift through it. Do a body perceive check, difficulty probably 2, because it's a mess.
Oh, are there any identifying marks? Like,
It was a body at some point, but there's very little solid of it left.
Okay, so nothing like a name tag conveniently laying in the blood.
Let me see. I don't think so, but
Is there anything notable in the rooms as I go past?
mostly party material, or not. Mostly like personal material. You're not really seeing anything that particularly stands out at you, other than logs being up on computers of people's kind of diaries or whatever, scattered about on various screens.
If I had more than like 25 minutes, I would happily sift through those. As it is, my curiosity is not worth re-entry.
Yeah. What you do notice as you're sifting through this is that there are no bones in it.
That's really
You managed
concerning.
to find an eyeball in the mess.
Oh, that would have been helpful a little bit ago. I'm gonna turn the sink on. Does the sink spray blood?
No, it sprays water. It's got a little chunky
Cool.
chunk first because it was off for a while. But
Cool. I'm gonna take a moment, since I'm still in my suit, to just like stand in the sink for a moment.
well, the sink was. This was all diffused around the room for the time before the gravity turned on, so the sink itself is quite yucky.
Yes, but I am not. Look, I don't want to be completely covered in blood right now.
It's just your feet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna wash that off. Sit on the side of the sink, wash that off for a second, hum a little song to myself, then hop off and
Middle
run.
of crisis with a time limit. Takes a bath.
Hey, hey, hey! Paw washing is very important. It's how you avoid getting sick.
Did you carry the eyeball with you, or you gotta leave that there?
Sure, you know what? Why not? That's probably useful. I'm sure I've got a sealed pouch that I can shove an eyeball into. Is it at least a Utila eye, or is it a squishy
Oh,
human
it's
eye?
straight up squishy.
Oh, fine. Man, I'm glad I'm a sociopath.
Yeah, I mean, so was this person up until they had a knife for trouble. Anyway, you travel downward, I assume,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
back to the
I'm
first
gonna
level.
follow after.
So Dreamer is what, like 2 minutes behind us?
Yeah, about. The rest of you scuttle down to the bottom. You've got access to most of these now. Which direction does everybody want to go?
Hey guys, so you know, there was a body. It was made of goop, and there were no bones left. So, be on the lookout for bone stealing smashers.
Please don't let anybody take me.
To the armory.
Okay. You can open up this door now.
He opens it.
And it is as I described it before, although now everything is all over the ground, so it's a huge mess in the storage area. That the crates had fallen down, bunking, to the side. All that sort of stuff took place. You've got access to the armory. The armory door is still locked. It has a palm reader that's attached to it as well. Or if you still have anybody back at the core, I believe somebody stayed behind, right?
I stayed behind at operations.
Yeah, you might be able to override that door too if you want to do a mind insert and operate check.
Yeah, so, and I think Bones' character is at the core, so.
Astia?
As a note, by the way, Hori still has the arm.
Hori, the arm, please.
Yes, yes. Tosses the arm.
Gogo puts the arm against the palm reader.
It works. It'll open up. About the same time it does, though, there's a rattle of firepower that comes from the interior.
Yep.
Firing outward toward here.
So
you can also hear a little yelp from the inside.
Yeah. So he throws the arm back to Ori and goes, "God damn it! Get that turret deactivated."
Astia, any luck with the turret?
Give me a second.
So this thing's locked behind a couple security profiles. You're going to have to try to work it pretty good to get through it. Do a mind insert, and you can either try to sabotage it, or you could try to actually get it to shut down by overriding. It's the same difficulty either way. It's just whatever skill works better for you.
We only have 1,618 of those.
I'm guessing to override them, it would be protocol to do that.
No, protocol's a knowledge thing. You'd be using operate. You could conceivably use no, because logic's going to have to be writing a program. You don't have the time to do it. So you're either going to be using operate or sabotage, whichever one you want to use.
Sabotage. He's going to try and shut them down, or
Okay.
get the turrets to turn on each other, whichever one works. And you said mind exert.
Yep. Difficulty is going to be 3, because it is a security system.
$17, 16.
And then with the boon, what does that do? Does that simplify it further?
No, the boon is a free focus point, so you get a free reroll or a free +1.
13.
Okay, and then her sabotage is at +2, so 1d8 plus 1d2. Nailed it.
Solid. Yeah, the turret kind of sinks downward and kind of descends into the position there. You're able to kind of peek inside after you've been reasonably assured that it's okay. The room is a reasonable size. Sorry, wrong thing. There you go. Behind it, you can see one of the gun cases opening. There is the swallow-tailed kite lateral that is wearing a neatly trimmed lab coat and a prominent name badge. Kind of hops up behind the turret. Between her and you is the turret casing itself and this kind of protective glass, like plexi, there to keep people from getting access to the gun lockers. She's on the other side of it over here. And shortly after the turret comes off, she kind of hops up and looks at it confusedly as it is no longer firing at you over here from the door. In her beak, she has the toggle you were sent to retrieve. And with this deliberate flourish, she tips her head back and chokes it down and just swallows it whole. Just gone. She laughs and gasps and her wing twitches sideways. She goes, I knew if I waited they'd send me more. And then she flaps and disappears into this vent behind them. So much more beautiful pain to see.
Blink, 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 blink.
Hey guys, I'm hearing a lot of quiet. What went wrong?
What species did you say she was?
It's like an eagle. It's a bird of prey. It's called a kite.
A
Actually got a picture
kite
here.
lateral apparently just swallowed the toggle we were looking for and went into the vent. Laughing
Hey guys, we
maniacally.
found your murderer.
Yeah.
Okay
apparently.
guys, we found your murderer. Expect to start getting picked off.
Ostia?
Already on it. Is there any way to like shut parts of the ventilation system off?
No. I mean, they're the ones that she's in are full station circulation.
Right, but there aren't like bulkheads within them. In the event of depressurization, you can shut down, or you can block off entire sections of the ventilation so you don't just vent your ammo.
Yeah, probably. You're not really sure which one she's in, though.
I mean, we are all wearing our suits, right?
I was about to
Yeah.
say vent at the station.
Exactly.
Unzips her quickly, a pistol, and one of her tool bags. Straps it to the outside of her thigh. Venting ammo. Everybody stay safe.
Make sure the faceplate of his armor is closed.
Wanna like hang on to something? Or...
Magnetizes herself to the floor.
Magnet
Buckles
boots.
into the chair.
Has somebody secured the Phoenix collar?
The Finnick
Dreamer.
Fox has his point shift gauntlet out on and is going to hide under the gout and is actually going to be very thoroughly attaching themselves in the galley.
Okay. Everybody has grabbed on?
I'm also in the middle of trying to hide,
Yep.
and we'll actually use the rope that we were given to essentially nail down a rope to attach to my suit.
While
And
she's
try to hide.
Also, you were gonna say something?
yeah, Ostia is going to lock down the escape pods.
Okay.
That way, you know, if what's her nuts tries to get off, she will have to come to the core to unlock them.
So you're gonna have a couple different operations here that are all on an interface you're not familiar with. Trying to keep the escape pods from firing means going into one set of thing that's gonna take a couple minutes. Trying to get the station to vent all of its air, which it doesn't really want to do, is also gonna take a couple minutes. So just be aware that your clock is ticking.
Oh, goodness.
I've got a better way to potentially vent the station.
I like what you're thinking.
I mean, put a hole in it.
Yeah,
Doable. Is there a good
Actually-
nice thin spot in the third floor to set up a egress? system.
You'd have to find one of the exterior walls, yeah. You're going to be forcing out the entire ship's oxygen supply out of one hole in one section. It's liable to start it moving.
Hang on, I'm doing physics in my brain real quick.
If you
'Cause
do
it's-
it along our orbital path, then if you do it along our trajectory, it'll extend the trajectory a little bit, but it won't really help much with not falling to our deaths.
Oh, no. The point is to
Still
make
wanna
the
slow us
eject
down.
in the vents come out of the vents and go towards the escape pods.
I mean,
And if you're trying to like get the air to suck her out like a vacuum, that's ultra specific. There isn't really a system in the space station designed to do that.
Oh, no. Just trying to make her either suffocate or go for the escape pods, because that's the only other way to get off the station that at least Ostia knows of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can open the doors and do that, or if you can open a hole in the wall, it's just a lot of pressure going through one hole. It's liable to open a larger hole, or perhaps start you spinning.
Alternatively, you can launch the good escape pods and trap her in one of the pods that won't launch due
We
to
can't get
our
off
current
that.
facing.
I mean, we have suits that would let us get off. We wouldn't stay, safe for very long, but we could do that.
We have our suits should be capable of reorbiting enough to get a ride out of here, and your
Well, we
suit
just
has at least quite a while worth of air.
well, we just need to, technically we would just need to get back to the shuttle that brought us up here theoretically.
Somebody's got to make a judgment call now. Clock's ticking.
I mean, my judgment call is I'm gonna open up one of the airlocks and from operations if I can, and start the slow spin of the station to make so that the escape pods may or may not end up impacting into the ground. Because we can get off and we have spacesuits.
Okay, locks down the not
Escape pods?
lifeboats. Yes, the escape pods. Locks down the escape pods and puts a password on them.
Okay.
Okay. So Gogo is basically just going to go to the wall and start punching it until he triggers his meteor gauntlets.
Don't you have an egress? Suite? Like an
Nope.
egress? Hey, stop! Come here! Ah! Look, I'll take care of the hole, okay? You're gonna hit yourself!
I'm gonna do something seemingly strange. I'm gonna go up to the second floor and stand in the hallway by myself.
It's a good time to think about your life.
It's a
No,
good
there's
time
a
to
reason.
think about the life choices.
Well, in that case, Gogo is going to come up here and watch that lab door in case she's letting out the whatever it is.
So question.
Mhm.
Looking out through the galley, hiding under one of the tables, can I tell which direction relative to the ship, relative to the station, it was orbiting?
If you're looking out that window in front of you, you're looking outward away from the planet.
Okay. Well, I should still probably be able to tell, at least with a minute or so. It's the best I've got for trying to figure out our trajectory. So I don't make this work.
You're down to maybe 20 minutes left before impact, if that. You're gonna have to look at it for a minute and do a might exert and logic check, difficulty 2.
Okay, never mind. In that case, screw it. Is there anything particularly useful in storage? At least just at a glance?
I think I already went over the stuff that was in there. There was some cable that I think already got picked up. And like crate labeled replacements that has a couple puffs in them, but no stems. That's about it.
Okay, nothing of value. I'm gonna set the egress system up on that wall there.
Okay. All right, so you've got about a minute and a half to get in there, and another minute to set things up and get out of there again. So you're getting kind of close to the 15-minute mark. What are other people doing while this is happening?
I'm gonna leave operations because what I was planning on doing is now in action, and I'm gonna head for Ostia, and then I'm probably gonna move towards it's the observatory, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And if it looks like we're not going to get off the station, in reasonable amount of time, I'm going to hit that observation window with the DRES enzyme I've got. Fast
Okay.
punch out.
Where are you going while you activate this egress system?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, storage? That wall right next to me?
Right, but where are you going? You're about to open a hole that is larger than your body into space.
Yeah, I'm going to, before I hit the go button, the armory door. Could I lock that from the inside?
Probably. It was just overridden from above. You might be able to close it.
Okay.
Or do you want to be tethered to a bear again?
Hmm?
Or do you want to be tethered to a bear again?
The bear's probably going through that hole too. So,
Okay.
my best option for avoiding... about how long after I set it up do I have before it goes off?
I mean, that's anyone's guess. It's very toasty. It's supposed to go through thick walls.
I mean, yes, but like before it activates.
Oh, right away.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's a pull pin sort of
Yeah,
breaching charge, not a hit the detonator sort of breaching charge.
No, it's a special tool you need to be able to set that kind of thing up, to be able to set up things like detonators.
Im, you were saying?
Yeah, that's it's a light and get away kind of thing. There isn't a timer on it.
Okay. In that case,
See, normally it only fires in one direction, so it's normally safe to be standing behind it, but you're opening it into the void, so that.
Okay. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do, and it's a little nuts. I'm going to prime it and immediately bolt for the service elevator, and
Okay.
tell it to go up.
There isn't it's this floor and the floor below. The floor below was the docking bay. That's the only place it goes to, is those two spots. It's supposed to load things from docking onto this main floor.
Okay, but it should be. Is it vacuum sealed?
It has an airlock in it.
Okay, would that be a... Just because I'm having trouble visualizing it, would that be a not horrible place to take cover?
I mean, your best bet is to probably get behind something solid. Like if you were to just get up behind this door here and wedge yourself in this corner, the pole is coming from this direction.
Well, the problem that I have with that is, it's gonna be sucking air this, out of this way, which is going right past me.
Mhm.
You know what? No, I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna run over to. I'm gonna hit the button and then run back to the tether spot that I made, and just rehook myself and wedge myself under this, uh, presumably serving counter.
Yeah, what's your movement rate?
Movement rate of 2.
Oh, that's not super good. Do a
No,
all right, so you press the button, do a body exert athletics check, difficulty 3.
that's difficulty 2. Does my reclaimed equilibrium help?
No, it's speed at this point.
Okay. Okay, so, one moment.
You did say you were saving your focus for an important time.
Yeah, the problem is I was hoping it was a time that didn't have a flaw. Okay. Well, it's either this or a very frustrating getting out motion. A very frustrating fight back.
Okay, Cinder. Better idea.
Yes.
Let the
There's
bear have movement 4.
I gotta override at this point. There's no more time for second thoughts.
Okay.
I mean, this is the action that has been taken.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be failing that, so how far do I manage to get?
Probably to about here, and then you are pleased that you didn't take your spacesuit off.
Yeah,
Now, your reclaimed equilibrium will allow you to aim for this hole without hitting the edges, which is nice. But I believe you are probably exiting the building.
wonderful.
Exit stage
so-
left.
So there's a boom and a floosh and a okay guys, I'll be right back over the comms.
You go sailing out, you tuck and roll, and fly through the hole in the thing. The egress opens up a pretty big hole as compared to you, so you are actually able to get through without having to worry too much about clipping the edge. A rather mercifully gentle way to be ejected out of the space station, but you are pushed out at rather high velocity. So you go sailing off and spinning a little bit. It's the third time today you've been spinning through space, I guess.
Yeah, no, you'd think a spacer would be better at not being in this situation.
Well, you keep going back to space. It's
Looks like
nice.
Dreamer blasting off
Everybody
the
else on the
bed.
bottom floor do body exert athletics difficulty 2. If you've got something to actually brace yourself against, make it difficulty 1.
So go.
Boone focus for athletics to bring it up to 12.
Okay.
Wasn't Hori up on the second floor?
Yeah, but she said everyone, so I assumed everyone.
Everyone on that floor.
Ah, well then it's just the bear. My bad.
Yeah, the other tokens are leftovers.
Everybody else who is a floor around, you can decrease the difficulty by 1. You've got to still stay stable, though. The air's all getting pulled out. So do exert athletics at difficulty 1, or if you have something to grab onto, 0.
Door frame count.
Yeah.
Body exert athletics, you said?
So do I re-roll the whole thing, or just the D8 because it's a D10 now?
Reroll the whole thing.
Damn it!
Fee?
Yeah.
You spent points to reroll, right?
No, it just changed. My dice changed because I rolled against difficulty 1 and I should have rolled against difficulty 0.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Regardless, I still failed.
Do you have a focus you can use to add +1?
I do.
I think you might just be falling over. I don't think you're going to get sucked out into space. You weren't right next to it.
Do you want to use the focus?
Falling over's fine.
Well, that's not what I said happened. You have to determine if you're going to use it before you get it resolved. All you know is that you failed the check.
I'll let the fail stand because worst case I get sucked out into space.
Okay. You were on the second floor, right?
Yes.
Right. You will get pulled down the stairway and thumped around over here. It's trying to yank you out. It's just a matter of how much air is left. So we're going to play a little game.
I just didn't have both talons on the metal when the air started coming out, so one magnet was not enough.
No, it's because you were standing on the carpet.
Oh, that would do it.
I'm going to roll a d100. You're going to roll a d100. If yours is bigger than mine, then you hold on longer than the air is pulling out for. Oh my.
No.
Oh dear. You will get sucked over to this section here. Back to the last side. It is close to the end of it. So go ahead and do a body exert athletics at difficulty 2 to try to avoid clipping the edge as you're pulled to it. Solid. Okay. You were able to actually brace yourself on the edge here as it is being pulled out to the last side, and you can either try to hold yourself against the front and risk injury, or you can kind of hold on to the outside and have to pull yourself back in. I'll let you decide which one you want to do.
Why would I do either?
So that you don't get thrown out of the scene.
Oh, but I'm wearing the starlight light.
Yeah, you got better thrust.
I have thrusters. I can come back in.
Okay, so then you can go flying out.
Yeah. I can go flying out, but I can actually guide myself back in.
Or
I can too.
You might want to pick up the fox while you're out there.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I can too. Remember, I have thrusters and a point shift gauntlet, guys.
There's a different overall speed involved though. The point shift doesn't carry you at a terrific pace. The Starlight suit is kind of a little spaceship of your very own.
I'm in a spacesuit with thrusters though. It's the big problem is that I was right next to it, so I was just kind of yeeted out at near the speed of sound.
So 2 get chucked out. The place fence out fairly simply after that. The hole that was put in the wall gets a little bit larger from just the pressure that was pushed against it. And there is a silence that falls across the station. And from the did anybody stay up in the core room?
Ostia is still in the core room.
Okay.
She was bracing against the doorway.
You can still see the alert saying that time is running out. You can see another alert saying that there's no air left. And it is showing that there is an absence of oxygen in all locations on the ship, with the exception of the lab, which is its own isolated system.
And she forced the lock open, like from the core.
Let me check. I believe that one is controlled from the source because it is the company's secret space kind of thing.
She's also going to, go across the comms. What just happened? And why is there still pressure in the lab?
We reached the wall because of the kites. I don't know why we depressurized the station, honestly. I think it was to try to get the kite that swallowed the toggle. And apparently the lab still has pressure because it's a self-contained system. Regardless, I think we need to, at this point, need to give up on the toggle and save ourselves.
Contract won't allow that. I'm coming back.
Pop the door on the lab.
You pop the door on the lab, or I'll pop the wall.
And it is about that time the fox gets grabbed.
All right.
I'm almost certainly. I'm almost certainly still quite a ways out. Imp?
Yeah, you will probably. I mean, you're talking about 5 minutes of flight at the least. So by the time you get back to that hole, you're maybe 9 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Pop the door in the lab. I'm braced.
The lab door is unlocked because the security system was deactivated based on the override that's on the top. But yeah, it's got a lot of air behind it. It doesn't look like it wants to open by itself just because of pressure, but if you give it a good enough thunk, it'll probably open up. It's just a matter of if you can kind of get out of the way afterward.
Right. All right. Give it a thunk.
Okay, do a body exert athletics, difficulty 2.
So that'll be 2. I'm at 1, so that'll be 2d8.
No, it's difficulty 2. You're at 1. It's a D8 and D10, or D8 and D6 rather, because you're 1 below the difficulty.
Okay, athletics adds 1 to the +1, re-rolling the 2 on the d6.
So just a remarkable number of ones coming out of this game. It seems to be wedged in there pretty tight.
Hey guys, you know you have the clean sweep still. Use them.
Okay.
She's still alive. She seemed pretty murder happy.
I am currently the only one that has that, and I am outside the station with you.
Okay, then peek around the corner.
Didn't they give each of us one?
There was 1 clean sweep given to the party.
Peek around the corner, shoot the door with the shotgun.
Yeah, you're gonna shoot the lab door?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since we have a gun out, we might as well use it. Do you have the gun stats for that? Did you pick it out somewhere?
Yes, I've got it written down.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage. It's just the damage that's written there. Hang on a second. My door is being knocked on. Never mind, not yet. Go ahead, roll damage.
7.
Okay. So for 2d10, that's not the shotgun, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's your range damage bonus? It's probably like 3 or something.
I believe so, yes.
All right. Roll it again. You get 2 attacks in a round. We're just kind of doing a pseudo combat round. Okay, so like 10 and 14 for 22. That'll do 1 to it. You manage to torch it a bit, and that opens up a small hole. The air goes shooting out of it at a rocket's pace because you've opened up a hole, I don't know, maybe grapefruit sized or something, in the lab door. It is rocketing outward. For a second, it's just air. After that, it starts ejecting material, and the material is not good material. It's like body material. There's a lot of it. There were probably bodies stacked up like cordwood in this lab, and they are shooting out in pieces. You can hear angry yelling coming from the inside. And from what you can tell of it, which is kind of distorted because you're only catching pieces of voice that's coming through the air that's kind of passing in your general area, so it's very distorted. But it sounds like a mix of fury and overall disgruntlement that a better chance wasn't achieved to continue whatever it was she was doing. There's a lot of equipment that's coming out with it, tubes, strange chemicals. You can't really identify them on their way out, but they are splashing all over this back wall over here.
Yeah.
And making a big purple and red mess.
Home, you might not want to try entering the station right now.
It is because it's all being pulled out in sort of this direction and diffusing. It's gradually drifting down this hallway. It makes sort of a weird vortex as it goes, and then spaces out as it begins to drain through.
Is casually waiting out of the way of the hole, looking for the toggle.
The toggle doesn't seem to pop out. A moment later, there is a heavy thump against the door frame, and this outline of a giant fist appears from the interior of the door itself. There's another one that comes through, thump, and deforms the door in this big, heavy fist-looking object from the inside. On the last one, the door will buckle and bust open over on this side, breaking outward. And there in the door frame is this very large kind of mechanized suit that has the bird that you saw earlier in the cockpit portion of it, which appears to be exposed. There's this kind of bloodshot eye that's staring at you, kicking this door or punching this door through with this big industrial power loader kind of device that was probably used to move heavy equipment through the labs. It tears the door off its hinges, but by the time it makes it out to about here, she has been without air for too long. It's not a sealed device. So it comes to rest right about here in the hallway, with the door fractured behind it, and the bird is kind of gasping for the last gasps.
Gogo grabs her. Then
It's not that difficult to grab at this point because she doesn't really have the energy to control the thing anymore.
Yep. All right, I got her.
Great! Grab her! Everyone, out! I'll get the toggle!
She swallowed
Yeah,
the toggle.
I'll get it! Don't worry about it!
You ready for a rocket ride in a freaking escape pod? Because I don't fancy swimming back to Mars.
Is already unlocking the escape pods.
You have to
Wait a
haul ass
second.
up the stairway to get there.
So if the kite swallowed the toggle, then by having her, I have the toggle, correct?
Seems logical.
And by the way,
Okay,
Alexei and Ostia are up on the top floor.
Okay. So 2 people are in there.
Question, is there
Hold on. Is the taxi still here?
Yeah, it's a ways away.
But we could get to it with the thrusters on our suit?
That is anyone's guess. You were pushed downward by a solid 7 hours. So you don't necessarily know if you can reach escape velocity from your current position.
Shit. Calculating.
Okay.
Get up to the pods.
Agreed.
Yeah. So go help bring
Those who
people
were
in.
adrift on
if
the outside
you-
managed to pull themselves in. There's not much to stop you from getting up there anymore except for the slow roll of the ship making it difficult to walk. You're charging up the stairway. You will make it to the top floor. And unless anybody wants to make a final stop for pictures, you can squeeze yourselves into the escape pods, which have enough room for all of you. The bird, truly to her word, does not take up much space.
Dreamer will nudge. Well, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
going to.
she's gonna she's gonna pause, turn to on the second floor, pause, turn around, take a picture of the goop, of the blood goop with her toggle case, then turn around and keep running.
And I assume she is suffocated to death by the time we get to the escape pod. The bird.
Welcome.
Correct?
Army of Europe.
The kite,
Yeah.
as the kite suffocated to
Yeah.
death.
Yeah.
She died in the hallway.
Break her
Well, I
neck,
wasn't quite.
just to be sure.
I break your neck just to make sure.
I was going to say a bolt to the head, but okay. Fine.
I was actually going to attempt to keep her alive for interrogation, but that works.
Brain scan will be fine.
My internet does this pretty regularly. So,
Oh,
was there an attempt to get the logs or not?
Okay. First, my
Dreamer
question.
will actually, if no one else, hey, did anyone grab the logs from the car?
I think we've got enough time.
Grabs the fox, drags into escape pod, pins
No,
her.
the logs, the computer logs.
I think Astia just said that she was going to grab the hard drive and just run with it instead of having to
No,
get it up.
she's grabbing the fox. She's grabbing the fennec.
Oh. I was going to grab the fennec and fly.
Okay. Can I back up for a second?
Okay.
Yeah, back up, guys.
So for clarification, the kite has suffocated by the time I get up to the escape pods, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's all the more I needed to confirm. Go ahead.
Alright, so
Okay, has anyone grabbed the logs from the core?
I could have sworn that was one of the things that we did when we first got access to them after reversing the thrusters badly.
No, it wasn't.
No.
There was a press for time for most of this.
Fine, everyone, go! Fine, you all go! I'll get them, okay? I'll get them and meet you, where's the city we were supposed to meet the, boss in? The contact in?
We didn't actually pick one, but it's just
Town's place.
Alexandria. That's where it was over.
Alexandria?
Sure.
Overlandria, yeah. But
Fine! I'll meet you with the contact in Alexandria, okay? Now go!
Hori taps her talon on the floor. I'm supposed to keep you all alive. That includes you.
Are you in the escape pod?
Standing next to one of them.
Get in the escape pod, Hori.
5-minute warning.
I'll be fine. Go! And then she turns and runs off.
well, considering I'm still in operations and I was, going to get Astia when Astia left, I'm gonna duck my head in there and see if the crash suite is still hooked up.
Oh, yeah, she unplugged that shit. Those are expensive. Those are expensive and is basically just a USB plug and play. Yeah, she ganked that.
Okay, Astia? Question. Where's the crash suite?
I have it.
Can you
4
give it to me,
minutes.
please?
I mean, I'm counting down. This time can happen in real time. You've got like 4 minutes.
I'm in the core.
Get in the escape pod.
I'm in the core. Do I see any hard drives that I could just grab, just yank them out and see anything we can get?
You don't see them. They're built into the wall.
Gets into the escape pod, calculates the last possible second that can be launched safely.
Look, I got a bug out ball. Give me the crash suite. I will meet you at the Capitol, okay?
They're currently sealed into the wall.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my DRes enzyme to open up the access to the hard drives.
Yeah, I think that'll work. Do a mind exert, and I'm gonna say
There's
probably
a chance
science to figure out how much to use without actually damaging the computer itself.
There's a chance he'll derez the hard
The hard
drive.
drives are made out of the same stuff, so.
Is sitting there out loud going,
Difficulty what?
Probably 2.
3 minutes. 250.
Give me the crash suite and go! I think we're paused for the roll.
But
Oh, I really wish I still had my my alignment ability, the passive one, still.
Mhm. Yeah, that is beginning to dissolve more than just the outside. You can grab what you can.
Hold on.
I'm gonna
hold
grab
on,
everything
hold
I
on.
can.
Eh,
Oh, wait a minute.
Pause.
at
Did you tell us you were going to try to derez it?
No, we're under a time crunch. I'm just doing it. Would kick it a few times help me here?
Not really. I mean, you've used a solvent. It's just solving more than the solventing.
I had a plan that got
Yeah, I think I keep
everything.
seeing Fee's mouth move, but I'm not hearing
Yeah.
anything.
No, that was an elongated sigh because I don't know if I can actually use my ability or not because I don't know if I have to physically watch it happen.
I had a plan. Pause the timer, please.
Yeah, what's up?
Thank you. This is out of character stuff, not in character. I don't want us to explode while trying to, let's say, resolve this. Okay. So Alexi just derezed the hard drives. So the logs are destroyed.
I derezed the casing. It may have
You-
derezed some of the hard drives.
It's a hard drive. Even a solid
inside
state,
a
if you
case.
cut half of the solid state out, it's destroyed.
It's inside casing inside the wall. I was
Okay.
using the derez on the casing.
That's up to
You
the
had-
GM how much damage is done, not the two of you arguing back and forth. Move along. So, what's the next part, Cinder?
Also, secondly, when I said I've got a plan that I can get out, again, Dreamer has a bug out ball. I can literally jump out of the airlock and jump out of the airlock, use the bug out ball, and that'll get me through re-entry. I can just meet you guys back at the contact. Like, that's not a problem. And I'm
Okay.
I'm the only one that has one of those. That's why I was asking for the crash suite so I can grab the logs. You guys take the escape pod, and if I can't use the escape pod, I still have a backup plan to get out. Which is blow a hole in the wall with the second egress system I've got, and just use the bug out ball.
I
Okay.
think the issue here is that we weren't listening to what Cinder was trying to tell us. I understood completely what she was doing.
Oh, I did too, but we're on a timer, and I was the one that was still nearby. So I reacted how my character would react. Do we want to roll the scene back with the GM's permission?
You can do it again if you want.
I was actually going to say that I use my scholar negative ability to Reroll back 10 seconds.
So go ahead and read the ability. Do you have it queued up? I can grab it too. It's right over here.
Scholar, page 138. Negative scholar. Lets you can account for nearly every variable in a situation, and use it to temper your actions. In game, you can reverse time by about 10 seconds, or one full combat round back to your previous turn, long enough to change one decision or redo one action. The 10 seconds that was lost was really just you simulating the potential consequences of your actions in your mind before actually committing to them.
Yeah, so I mean that would normally work fine. It's just a matter of if you knew what the actions were going on.
No,
but
I know there's an argument on the squawker going on, and if I don't take the appropriate action, someone is going to either die or get left behind.
okay, yeah, go for it.
Ahem! Please stop arguing. Everyone to the pod except for Dreamer, who has the bug out ball. Worst case, Dreamer can literally jump out of the station while it breaks up. The rest of us don't have that ability. We will meet on the surface. Agreed?
Agreed, leave the crash suite on the floor!
Sets on the crash suite and jumps in the escape pod.
As I pass, I look at Dreamer. I want that back. It's mine, you know.
Yeah, whatever.
Right, you leap into the pod. The escape pods will roar away from the rattling station, automatically angling themselves to put as much distance between them and the explosion as possible, and dumping every ounce of available power into their thrusters. It's enough, if only just. The shaking stops as you drift soundlessly through the light show, and its reflective debris hugs the edges of the pod like a halo, and it breaks the beams of light that construct the elaborate landing network. There will no doubt be fines for the traffic interruption, but that's a problem for somebody else to handle. Your emergency beacon has already been flagged by retrieval of the ship, and you have a story to tell and a check to correct, except for one of you, who is remaining on a station that is now starting to glow quite brilliantly. So you can look out the window and see the station. Oh, hey, there you. I gotta pause for a second. My kid just showed up.
So, do you think she'll jump out of the station, or she'll just ride the station when inside of her bug out ball?
Having been part of the drop, I wouldn't want to ride around inside the station even as it's breaking up. There's an awful lot of mass on top of you.
Well, there's also the fact that the station is going to explode into reentry size bits.
Yes, but the bug out ball in theory should survive that. The contents within perhaps not. So the question again is, do you think she'll get the logs in time, or that she'll try to ride out the explosion?
I don't know. I hope she gets out okay.
I'm just sad I could not save the only survivor for proper questioning. Oh well. Should I wait till I get to the ground or go ahead and perform surgery before acid does any damage to the tongle?
I mean,
Do it.
Go ahead.
Do it now. It's not like we'll smell anything.
Fair.
now here's the question. Does Horary remember to mute their mic, or her mic, so that we don't hear the flesh being cut into?
The pod has atmosphere. Its own separate air supply.
Right. Does she remember to cut the feed so that we don't hear her performing the surgery?
We're all in the same pod. How big do you think an escape pod is?
She
There we go.
And he said that they were big enough for like two of us.
Yeah.
I'm back. My kid's heading to bed soon, so I should get in and say hi. Yeah, you were still on the space station. You were attempting to get those logs, yeah?
Cinder?
Two things. One, what kind of destruct system do stations like these have?
They blow
Usually?
up. And if they don't blow up, Mars blows them up in order to make sure they don't crash into a solid piece.
Cool. How much time do I have left?
About
like,
3 minutes, maybe?
okay. How long does it seem like it's gonna take to grab the logs?
We're gonna play a little game. So you've got 5 logs available, and we're going to say they have a 30 seconds on the outside. So what we're gonna do is start rolling d30s and see how far we get before you decide it's time to leave.
Okay.
Log 1
Go ahead.
takes 12 seconds.
Okay.
Log 2, 28 seconds. Log
Okay.
3, 16 seconds. You're
Okay.
getting to about a minute there, right? Yeah.
2 minutes. I had 3.
No, I mean like it's taken about a minute.
You said I had 3 minutes. You said I
Right,
had
right,
about
right.
3 minutes left.
It has
so
taken about a
yes.
minute so far to do.
Yes,
So
it has
you have
taken
2
about
minutes
a minute.
remaining. Yeah. 4. So you have a minute and a half left.
Okay, I am going to immediately pull the crash suite, run to the remaining escape pod, force it to eject, hit eject on it. This is escape pod 2, not 3 or 4 that's not working.
Right.
Hit eject, and once it is away, I will pop the bug out ball.
Why don't you hop
This
into
is gonna
it?
hurt.
Why didn't you just get into the escape pod?
I did.
Oh, you got into the ball in the escape pod. Gotcha.
Yes, because I'm fully expecting the escape pod to hit atmosphere, and I don't want to, be not protected from that.
It's definitely not in a good place. It's mostly that it hits shrapnel. The station itself begins to sunder shortly after you get into it, and you are sent off away to it as pieces are flying off after you, and you get clipped. There's a spin and a heavy roll, and does it tear? Let's call it a 50% chance. Oh, D100. Do you want high or low?
Let's go with high.
Nope. There's a hole in that. There's a big chunk of shrapnel that rips the side of the escape pod, and you were flung free of that from the vacuum that it is produced. Thankfully, you are still inside your own little escape pod, for which you are quite thankful, because this is time number 2 of being forcibly ejected from a securely breathable environment into a less securely breathable one.
Yeah.
It's this average day in life of the spacer. You just love the space so much you keep going back into the space.
Yeah, I know.
You have, however, lost your thrust. You can see the thing spinning off wildly into the distance, and you are going to begin descending. You've got a rough ride ahead of you.
Yeah, that's what the bug out ball's for, thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, you'll land. I don't know if you're going to like it much, but you'll get down there.
It's probably going to be unpleasant, but I believe the bug out ball is designed to take that.
That seems to be how it has been interpreted. There's nothing actually in its description saying it can take re-entry, but I've seen it used this way more times than I've seen it used for anything else. So it seems to have gotten that reputation.
It is a conventional calamity.
Yeah. One might cause forcible reaction to be like extensive calamity, but yeah, whatever. Hopefully you hit water. we're going to assume that that's the case because there's no thrust in it that I'm aware of. So if you hit land, it's an awfully tough landing.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah, you will go splash down and likely fall unconscious, just from impact, if not pressure changes or overall stress. But thanks to the glory that is modern technology, you will survive, probably covered in some sort of impact-resistant foam.
Before the once once toggle contact is made, planets. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the panic button program to essentially go, hey, I need a pickup. Ow.
They will be yeah, they weren't looking for you because your debris is small enough that it just looks like more debris.
Yeah,
But
it's not
eventually you'll get picked up. For the rest of you that actually end up getting to your spaceship and landing, it will be a little while before you run into uh, uh, the little fox again. They have to get rescued and also interviewed and like, why did you fall from orbit in a marble? For what reason did you decide that hamster ball diving was going to be a safe and healthy thing to do?
Um,
Uh, but eventually, you can probably
It's
get back in
standard
touch again,
spyglass.
assuming they wish to be contacted.
in the
It's
mean,
it's standard spyglass questions. They see that they see I'm registered to spyglass, and they're like, oh god, here we go.
in in the meantime, while all of that is going on, um, is are we on the space taxi or in the escape pod, and is it stable enough to perform surgery in?
You can get back to the space taxi once you kind of get out of the escape pod area if that's what you want to do.
As no, what I would like to do is as soon as possible cut the kite open and get the tongle out before the stomach acids that don't go inert when you die, would eventually eat through it in some way to make it unusable.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much risk by doing that in there other than it being icky.
That's fine.
So you can go ahead and do that and retrieve the toggle case. And it's in there and in pretty good safe. Pretty good spot. You know, you get it wiped off, it'll work fine.
Turns it on to make sure we actually have what we came for.
It's securely locked, but yes, this is probably the one you came for.
It works.
Fantastic.
She did all of this without batting an eye and did not bother with the privacy screen if anyone wanted to watch.
It's currently barfing into a puke bag.
Wait, does the perk kit come with a barf bag?
No, I don't think that's standard issue for that.
Does it come with a body
The
bag?
escape pod might.
Reaches over, gets air sickness bag and escape pod. Here. Sews the body back up.
Why? It's not going to heal.
Yes, it won't heal, but in the event that we hit turbulence, I don't want internal organs all over the place. That would be inconvenient.
Well, they were already kind of drifting. We didn't have any gravity in there.
Gogo is just kind of leaning back in his crash seat and relaxing, the soul coming off as fairly pedestrian to him being, like I said, former military.
What was her plan exactly before you acquired the corpse?
She was in a mech suit. I think she might have been planning to use it to kill all of us, but wasn't vacuum sealed.
Explains how the arm was severed.
Yeah.
One question.
Yes.
If the suit was in the lab, and she had used it to kill everybody else, how did she end up in the armory? In the armory.
I would imagine she went into the army of self-choice in order to attempt to lure someone in there to be shot by the gun.
She was clear, pretty clear she was deranged and just wanted to rack up an additional body count before the station itself hit re-entry.
But if that's the case, why would she set the thrusters to push the station downward?
Better question, what is so valuable to be on this Tongol that it would drive someone completely insane to murder all of their co-workers and attempt to destroy it all?
Drugs?
I cannot put heroin, cocaine, or some other injectable into an electronic device like this, last I checked.
No, but you can put what it is made out of into it.
No. But that could be a possibility. I would need a sample of her blood and a testing kit, which I don't have.
Hori, I think at the moment it's best to. I believe the expression is "let sleeping dogs lie."
I feel like that's racist. Species.
Yes, that's nice. Hori takes a barf bag, which, oddly enough, is watertight, and scoops up some of the kite's blood and seals it in the bag. I will examine it later.
I mean, conveniently, by stitching up the kite, you effectively have a large bag of the kite's blood.
Yeah, exactly.
You could just kind of keep that.
I'm going to put the kite into the barf bag and seal it up.
I don't think the kite's going to fit inside the barf bag.
You'd be surprised how big barf bags can be.
You'd also be surprised how small kites actually are.
She's reasonably big now. Fairly large bird.
Also, it's at this point that Gogo takes a barf bag and passes it to Asterix.
Does she need more than one?
I don't think there's anything left for me to puke. Oh, God.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but you should probably take a calcium tablet.
Yeah, that's one nice thing about being a cog. I don't have a stomach to worry about emptying the contents of.
So is it fair to say you don't have the stomach for this kind of work?
She is still able to do puns, therefore she must be in better shape than I had imagined. Right.
Mrs. Bag.
Does the perk
And-
kit have a Tums in it?
Yes, there is probably something similar.
Reaches
And this is why I haven't opened up my suit since I got in the pod.
Same.
I needed to puke. I'm sorry.
Yes.
In the meantime-
well, I had to open my suit to operate the knife. She takes a Talon, grabs a Tums, and offers it to Astra. Take this before you tear your stomach lining. Also, nice suit.
Shame we don't get any profit from that.
I think we circumvented a rather long, nasty fight by depressurizing the station.
It's true, you did avoid a combat that way.
You're welcome.
In the meantime, Dreamer is able to look over the logs that was required, and can probably examine them on the way back to meet you all.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Fi-
once she's gotten away from the IRPF guys who picked her up, is like, hey, time to. What were you doing re-entering atmosphere? A job for classified. Why won't you tell us? Talk to my boss. Who's your boss? Do you really want to know?
No, the answer to all the
Contractual
questions is
obligation.
classified.
The answer to all the questions are, I'm Spyglass. Do you really want to know the answer?
You sure the answer is, am I being held or am I free to go?
Mm-hmm.
By being detained.
Ostra, if it makes you feel any better, I'm pretty sure there's enough genetic material on me from you to create a clone of you.
Uh, that doesn't help. Don't clone me.
That was a joke.
Just don't get it on the shotgun. The shotgun's a loner.
None of that was a joke.
You mean it?
Yes.
Fantastic. Heck.
But yeah, Dreamer will take a look at those logs once she gets the chance.
Log 1, Stars of Orlandria mission outline and objective. Hello team, we hope you're settling well at your new home. R&D is really excited to see what your geniuses have put up together up there. Let's go over your assignment. We're restarting the Focus Formula project. As you know, the Focus Formula was intended to enhance already existing brain pathways to grant people additional clarity of thought and action. It widens your mental bandwidth, so to speak. The problem with the initial concoction was that it wasn't very refined, so even though people were thinking faster and focusing harder, they had no way of directing that focus. We've burned out our share of test dummies from this concoction, folks. We'd rather not try anymore. Your task is to flavor the focus formula so that it only affects specific drives and desires. Just making people smarter wasn't actually doing anything more than making them too spread out to operate. We need to narrow the focus of the operation to making them specifically enhanced in usable ways. It'll be tricky. You can't just tell a brain to be better at math, but we have every confidence in your ability to find the triggers we need. 1 gallon of the FF021 formula has been issued to your job, which can be diluted to 300 parts per million without loss in potency. Should keep you going for a while. Good luck up there. We're putting it all on you. Oh, and as a final reminder from software security, the diagnostic tag is to be checked into the armory locker every night. Don't leave it lying around. Letter from Corp R&D. File 2, general announcement. Great job, everyone. We made major progress this week. I think the folks at home are going to be dancing on the table. Conversion of the FF021 to an inhalant is going to make it a hell of a lot more marketable. Congrats to Kaylin's team on that one. And if the emotional response key pans out like Elysium thinks it will, we're well on our way to the history books. You've each been issued an extra off hour for next week. Log it where you want it. I'll see you in the lab. From Director DeNova, according to your docket, was the director of the lab.
Oh, interesting.
File 3, little worried about Ellie's theory. Don't get me wrong, I think it's a sound idea, but I'm concerned about obsessive compulsion. Ellie is trying to focus the FF021 by making it key to neurochemical rewards produced when someone does something that fascinates them, specifically tasks that require mental exertion, the job well done feeling. I admit it's the closest thing we've found so far to getting the O21 to latch onto a specific task rather than just the general overexpansion of someone's brain, but I don't think we should be leaping into a test attempt like this. It rings of danger to me. We're talking about making a feedback loop of pleasure versus action here, and I can't see that ending well. I know no one wants to hear this, but I feel like the tests need to be halted until we can do a proper neural map of how this thing is going to propagate. Another month, at least. The corp will scream bloody murder, but we have to use our heads here. People go to years of therapy to avoid the behavior we're trying to enhance. Kailin to Director DeNova, personal log. File 4 finally made it. Today was wonderful. It's like seeing all the little puzzle pieces fall into place. We programmed the chemical receptors and they clung like glue to just the right areas. My idea is going to work. We can really key the F21 to reactive elements in the brain so it enhances the abilities related to certain activities people are already naturally drawn to doing. Artists will become better at rendering. Doctors will become miracle workers. Mathematicians will be living calculators. This could expand the realm of vector development exponentially. I can't believe I managed to be such a big part of pulling this one together. Mom always said theoretical surgery was a dead-end degree. I was starting to believe her. The only damper on the whole thing is that Kayleen and his team won't be here to see it. They shipped off in the shuttle yesterday. Some new assignment back on Mars. Really odd. I thought the whole reason we were here was so that we wouldn't be bothered by random corporate assignments. From Elysium, personal log. File 5 is garbled. It's a mess of broken text that reads vaguely, if anyone gets this, she's in the ducts, need to stop from computer, heavy body, cargo sock from broken libs, can't feel legs, now scream, destroy ship, destroy. There is a final file from the director's computer file that is password protected. You have it, but you don't necessarily have access to it.
Okay, well, I might not have access to it, but I know some people who can.
You can also try to hack it too. I mean, you've got it
Yeah.
available.
I don't. I'm not good at. I'm not good at sabotage. Uh, ironically, I don't have very high sabotage, so I'm gonna call in a favor.
Yeah.
You do know somebody that is good at sabotage.
Yeah, but I'm also spyglass, so I'm gonna get all the information first. I'm gonna call in a favor with one of my contacts from Spyglass.
Okay. It'll take some time to get the results through. But
Mhm.
by the time you get back to the city that you're trying to get to, because you fell, you're talking about an extra few minutes in orbit. You fell on another continent.
Yeah.
By the time you get back, you're able to get the final computer file. It is from Director DeNova's personal log, dated just about a week before you guys actually arrived. I accept full responsibility for the destruction of the SOL and the loss of all hands on board. I have made terrible mistakes. I've let pressure from the administration influence my decisions and cloud my judgment. I sent Kylin and his team away when they were moving to postpone development because my job was on the line. They were right. There is no small irony in the fact that my selfish action has saved their lives and cost me my own. This will be the last message entered to the SOL's database. Elysium has killed the crew, and I can hear her coming to me in the damned heavy frame we had for cargo. I never even knew she was rated on the thing. It must be the FF021. The Corp will never authorize a self-destruct, so I've rigged the main computer to execute a hard burn for Mars. If I survive my encounter with her, I'll destroy the research permanently, but I don't think I can count on that. One pistol in an old man's hand isn't going to stop that machine she's wearing. The worst part of it is I think I inspected the test can that broke. I can't remember, we checked so many of them so often, but so help me, I think it was one of mine. I may be twice damned for this entire situation. The engines have started. She'll shut it down somehow, but they'll burn for long enough. I've only got a few minutes before she gets here, and I'm going to use them fighting. To the families of my crew and to the victims of my weakness, I apologize for all the good it does. I never meant for this to happen. There's a note on the bottom that says that the message failed to send. External communications were damaged.
Okay. Interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and pay my friends. Gonna bum them a 20.
I believe that crack is going to cost you about $100.
That's fair. I still had 100 left from the 200 advance.
Plus, you technically succeeded. You got the toggle back, so there'll be another 200 for the job being done.
Yeah. So not a total loss. And yeah, I'll go to meet everyone. If possible, I'm gonna try and be there before them so I could just be sitting at the meeting point like, hello, yes, I'm alive.
It's going to take you a while. You got to get a plane. But
Yeah.
you can meet at that point. And I have to, I've reached the part where I need to go parent for a little while. But that is the success. You have succeeded in there were many other ways for this to go. You've entered the atmosphere, which always kind of changes the course of things. But congratulations, you have technically succeeded in your mission. You got the toggle you were looking for.
Anyway,
Dude.
Hello, everyone. I'm alive.
I will check back in a bit.
do we actually want to give them this toggle?
You don't have a choice.
I still have bills to pay. She basically lowers her hand back down when everybody glares at her.
That is
Dreamer's
a
not glaring. Dreamer's not there. Dreamer. I was just imagining like Dreamer's on a Skype call.
That is true.
We got paid for a job.
Yes.
I mean, contract is contract.
Also, yes.
Oh yeah, no, there's a totally stuff you don't want to. There's totally a bunch of stuff about that's on that toggle.
It was drugs, wasn't it?
I know it's on it.
Is it drugs?
Yeah, it's totally drugs.
Smiles.
Well, I can autopsy the body later to give it full determination and chemical workup of what was coursing through her system.
Yeah, she killed everyone.
I gathered that.
Yeah, they made the drugs and inhalants. So she got hit with them and then killed everyone. It was really brutal.
I am certainly glad that we did not expose ourselves to the atmosphere.
You guys did.
I did no such thing. I never removed my helmet.
Okay, the rest of you did. You were smart.
The taste of metal usually proclaims either a significant amount of blood or radiation.
Yeah.
I mean, how much effect could the drug actually have on me?
Probably 0 on you. However, who all took off their helmet and breathed in the air?
I opened my suit, but I didn't take off my helmet until we were in the pod.
Turns to Alexi.
Hmm?
Did you take a good whiff of the air?
Why?
The drug they were working on was an inhalant.
Yes. And the only version of an inhalant, especially considering what that system is, would have been in a puff.
True.
See, you think that, but you want to know what made Elysium go crazy? Do you? Do you?
You?
No, I really don't care.
There was a cracked canister, and she breathed the air in.
Yes, for how long did she have to breathe it in? And where
It
was
didn't take
it?
very long.
Let me be honest with you. The likelihood that we actually consumed any of it, considering that the ventilation system to the laboratory was on a completely separate cycle,
Is incredibly low, if not minuscule, but not absolute 0. Would you mind
Also,
terribly if after I do a workup of Elysium's blood to isolate the drug, if I could do a workup of yours to confirm it's not in there?
oh, by the way, so here's a funny thing. You remember how there were puffs in the storage room?
Dreamer, one moment.
one, they
Okay.
were empty. They were just the unit, not the actual inhalant. And two, um, to be completely fair, I think I'd rather let my own, medical professional look at me.
Yes,
No offense.
I understand. However, I would rather not inform our employer that we have a body.
Then don't. I mean, it's going to be
Who are
kind of
we
hard
working
to
for
hide.
again?
We're in the escape pod.
Right. Who are we working for again?
Don't know, don't care. I got a job. I got paid.
Same.
Just happy they were willing to hire me and that this one actually paid well.
I will hand you the test results for if I can isolate the drug so you can have your own doctor look at your blood work to determine if you've inhaled any or not.
Ooh, can you send those to me as well?
No.
Oh, why not? I thought we were friends.
You didn't take off your helmet, you weren't exposed, and keeping this minimized so that it doesn't get out would be better.
So you think that?
And
Once
I'm
I
back.
determine that we're all fully safe, I fully intend on destroying the body and all evidence.
So here's something you don't know. One of the research teams that was working on it, yeah, they were reassigned.
That's nice.
Half the team was gone.
It is still incredibly difficult to recreate a project from someone's memory instead of data and samples. In the meantime,
Yeah, but This wasn't an isolated station. I mean, why would you isolate it?
I am going to call it a night here because I
that's
have
fair.
a temp job starting tomorrow that I need to get up early for.
Let's see.
So-
Holt, Carl, MT, thank you for the bits. Chris, Ponycheck, thank you guys for the hosts. Sumudashi and Srijek. I know that's not your actual name. I recognize the language. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Welcome to the Army of Fiora and Nehru. Thank you for buying a gift sub for Zephany. Also, Chaotic Sorcerer Zabin, thank you for the host as well. I almost missed your name because it's sandwiched between 3 different notifications. In the meantime, you guys all say your goodbyes, and I will wrap up the stream.
Thanks for coming, folks. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Good
no,
night.
I
got
had
it.
a lot of fun.
If y'all enjoyed, make sure you send some love to our GM.
Yeah, go buy the
Yes.
book.
Yes, do it so we can play again. I really want to keep going. This was so much fun.
I almost like this character as much as Nina. Nina Ostia, not safe for work pictures when?
Oh, you had to say it.
I don't
Yeah,
know if we
thank
can
you
go
all for
on. I can't
coming,
believe you guys
guys.
killed Elysium. She's like a fan favorite.
Yeah.
We didn't kill her, the environment did.
We
We didn't kill her, we
her.
just did save her.
Our actions killed her, and I technically have a blood sample. I could make a new one.
It's
Wait, I get to
entirely
take credit for the. Wait. Does that mean I get to take credit for the kill since I was the one who vented the atmosphere?
no. See, it's entirely her own fault for not being able to breathe in vacuum.
Aww.
Natural selection at work.
Exactly.
Which is ironic because the entire lore is basically we said fuck natural selection, but you know, what else?
In the meantime, thank you for
I
running.
am surprised. I am surprised that's our first F-bomb this
Guys,
entire night.
Guys, in the meantime, thank you for running M. I will get with you tomorrow and let you know how much I owe you and get you paid, okay?
No worries.
In the meantime, good night, everyone, and have fun raiding every stream.